to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
المايك. Ici bien. Assurance. Where is this man? Who's good? Honorable members. Honorable members. Mr. President.
Honorable members, may I grant an opportunity for silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. The clerk shall read the first order of the day. No, sorry. Thank you. The clerk shall read the first order of the day.
Honorable President, election of the first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament.
I shall now call upon Honorable Steve Mikaya, Chairperson, Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline, to make his presentation on the quorum meeting of Parliament.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Good afternoon. I designated the rapporteur to do the needful on this first part because I have another presentation to make after this business. Thank you.
Okay, fine. The rapporteur can proceed. I should have also apologized for the late delay. It's all because this issue of quorum, one of the Committee on Rules to have something in writing, and also the Northern Caucasus delegation, which sought to meet us to express some views on some issues relating to the quorum issue. So the rapporteur can proceed. Rapporteur can proceed.
Merci, très honorable président du Parlement panafricain, honorable vice-président, chers collègues. Vous vous souvenez, pendant la plénière d'hier, du 11-11-2024, la plénière a recommandé à la commission de règlement, prestige et discipline de faire une interprétation des dispositions du règlement intérieur et du protocole du pape sur le quorum. La réunion s'est réunie dans la salle numéro 3 au lieu de la salle numéro 1 prévue initialement avec un petit retard, et c'est faute de l'électricité qu'on s'est déplacé dans la salle de réunion numéro 3. L'ordre du jour de la commission était l'interprétation des dispositions du règlement intérieur et du protocole du pape sur la question du quorum. Après avoir écouté les avis des uns et des autres, des membres de la commission règlement, et aussi consulté les articles du protocole, notamment l'article 12.11 et les articles 55, 16.6 et 22.7 du règlement intérieur du Parlement panafricain, la Commission donne l'avis suivant. Le quorum est une condition sine qua non pour la tenue de la plénière, et il s'établit la majorité simple de ses membres. La désignation des membres du bureau ne peut se faire que par l'élection. Donc, pas de consensus sans quorum, ce que dit la règle. La Commission propose à la plénière la tenue d'une séance hybride conformément à la décision du Conseil exécutif de 2001 et aux pratiques en cours au sein des organes de l'Union africaine. Pour avoir le quorum nécessaire à l'élection de la première vice-présidente du bureau de l'Assemblée panafricaine. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
This is a legal opinion, and it is done. That's the way they have seen it. They suggest we engage MPs who are not in the room to join virtually if we don't have a quorum. I am about to be advised. Give us some opportunity. Let's count how many today we are, and we see how many more we need. And I think each one of you, if they called somebody, an MP or each delegation can call those who are not here. We can have a quorum very soon. Can we count? Honorable members, the first counting is being amended because some members came a bit late, they just arrived. But we seem to be going down from yesterday. We thought today we'll go up. Someone is coming. Anyway, we seem to be going down still. So how many do you have? We have gone down by 13 instead of going up by 20. We have about 77. Yesterday we had 90. 90? 90 for yesterday. We have to make a quick decision. Sorry. Honorable Ture, I thought I heard your voice. Honorable Ture.
Thank you, Honorable President. Honorable President, it is my opinion that if we don't have a quorum, then we push this matter to the next session until we have the necessary quorum, then we carry out the activity. That's what I'm moving. Thank you.
Yeah, next session would mean the Northern Caucasus is not represented in the Bureau for more than 7-8 months. That would not be good for balance in terms of representation. Is there a hand this side? Yes.
Yes, thank you, Honorable President. Yes, the number that you've mentioned, does it include those that are logged in already on Zoom? Because we have some members, about 4 or 5 from West Africa, that are already logged on Zoom. They are not here. Do we count those people also as part of this?
I don't think they've been counted.
Yes, can we take a look at Zoom and then we can encourage others also to tell them to log on?
شكرا سيد رئيس. في نظرنا يمكن أن نتحدث باسم أعضاء مجموعة شمال أفريقيا بعد إعادة قراءة متمعنة لبنود ومواد النظام الداخلي ساري المفعول. نحن نؤكد أننا لسنا بحاجة إلى التحقق من أي نصاب في هذه الجلسة، لأن الأمر طبقا للمادة 55 من النظام الداخلي تتحدث عن النصاب بخصوص اجتماعات البرلمان وليس جلساته. اجتماعات البرلمان تعني الدورات والتحقق من توفر النصاب بالنسبة لكل دورة يكون في أول يوم من التحاق الأعضاء، وهو الذي تم فعلا لحظة تسلم كل عضو حاضر هنا أو غائب ممن حضروا والتحقوا بهذا شارة الاعتماد لاكريديتاسيون. من ناحية ثانية ومما يؤكد هذا الرأي، إذا كانت المادة 55 إذا كان الرأي الذي يقول بأن الأمر ينطبق على كافة الجلسات واجتماعات كافة الأجهزة، فكيف يمكننا أن نجمع بين المادة 22 عند بندها السابع الذي يتحدث على أن النصاب القانوني لكل لجنة هو الأغلبية البسيطة، وهذا تعارض صريح مع المادة 55 إذا كان تفسيرها هو أن الأمر ينطبق على جميع الاجتماعات بما في ذلك اجتماعات كل أجهزة المجلس. لذلك سيد رئيس، حتى لا تظل شمال أفريقيا غائبة أو مغيبة عن مكتب البرلمان، فنحن لسنا بحاجة كما قلت إلى أي نصاب في هذه الجلسة بالذات، ما دام هذا النصاب قد تحقق عند أول يوم من انعقاد هذه الدورة، وإلا فلنا أن نتساءل عن كيف يمكن أن لا نحتسب هذا النصاب في باقي الجلسات السابقة، وما مآل المقررات المتخذة في غياب هذا النصاب في كل تلك الجلسات. لذلك نحن نلتمس منكم السيد الرئيس أن نمر مباشرة وفورا إلى عملية التصويت، لأن النصاب في هذه الجلسة بالذات غير مطلوب إطلاقا، لأنه كما قلت الجلسات ليست هي اجتماع الدورات، هي الاجتماعات البرلمان المنصوص عليه في المادة 55. شكرا.
A person of the Northern Caucasus, Honorable Yusuf.
شكرا سيد الرئيس على إتاحة الكلمة لي. أنا بدوري أؤكد على ما تطرق إليه زميلي الدكتور عبد الصمد، وهو دكتوراه في القانون الدستوري. نحن مجموعة الشمال وبصفتي رئيسا مكلفا لهذه المجموعة خلال هذه الدورة، فاجتمعنا أمس في اجتماع طارئ وتحدثنا على الحدث الذي وقع ظهيرة يوم الأمس، وتكلمنا وتناقشنا في وجود آلية، وفعلا هذا ما توصلنا إليه، ما ذكره الآن زميلي عبد الصمد من المملكة المغربية، وهو أعتقد سيد الرئيس هو كلام واقعي ومنطقي، وهو يعني يمثل الآراء التي استمعنا إليها بعد الانتهاء من جلسة يوم الأمس من جل السادة الأعضاء، إن الحضور الفعلي مفترض أن يؤخذ من البطاقة التسجيل التي قمنا بها عندما حضرنا لهذه الجلسة، لأن حضورنا لهذه الجلسة يقيد بتسجيلنا في أثناء دخولنا لهذه القاعة أو حضورنا لهذه الجلسة. إذا تسجيلنا غير مهم، لماذا نقف في طوابير طويلة أثناء حضورنا لهذه الجلسة لكي نتحصل على هذا التعريف أو هذه بطاقة الحضور؟ لذلك أرى وأؤكد على ما طرحه أو ما قاله زميلي، إن حضورنا يسجل منذ أن دخلنا لهذه القاعة أو حضورنا لهذه الجلسة، وأتمنى من رئاسة الديوان أو الأمين العام للبرلمان الأفريقي أن يعطينا الحضور الفعلي أثناء فترة التسجيل لهذه الجلسة. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président. Are you there? Are you the one? Where are you? Where? Stand up.
Monsieur le Président.
Oh yes. Okay, from there I go. That Mukatana.
السيد الرئيس.
Okay, I'll start from that end.
السيد الرئيس، نظرا لأهمية الموضوع ونظرا لما سيتسببه هذا الأمر من ضرر لمجموعة الشمال، هناك مذكرة أعددناها البارحة تتضمن تفصيلا شرحا وافيا قد قدم الزميل موجودة الترجمة الآن؟ أعيد. سيد الرئيس.
Repeat.
قلت نظرا لأهمية الموضوع وما قد يسببه.
Of course. Sorry. All right.
سأعيد. قلت نظرا لأهمية الموضوع والضرر الذي قد يترتب عن هذا عن رفض انتخاب نائب رئيس ممثل عن منطقة الشمال الإفريقي، فإننا قد أعددنا مذكرة ونرجو إتاحة الفرصة لأحد ممثلي منطقة الشمال لقراءتها على أسماع النواب لعلها تشرح الأمر جيدا، لأن المسألة مسألة قانونية تقتضي مرافعة قانونية، وقد قدم زميلي من المغرب النائب عبد الصمد ملخصا عنها، لكن أرجو أن تتاح الفرصة لقراءتها كاملة لعلها توضح بعض الأمور التي تتيح لمنطقة الشمال مواصلة عملية الانتخاب. وشكرا.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Honorable President, for giving me the opportunity to also give my opinion on this. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of order. This is a house of rules. And Mr. Speaker, where there is potential different interpretation, I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, let me repeat, the French is not on, I think. But I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that this is a house of rules and this is a house of order, and we are all under the Speaker or the President in this case, where there are two potential interpretations. And the first one is the one that was given by the chair, the rapporteur of the Rules Committee. And the second one is the one that has been given by our colleagues from the Northern Caucasus. Mr. Speaker, you are in charge of these rules. You are in charge of the House. And where there are two potential interpretations, the buck stops with you. Mr. Speaker, if I may, I am in fact convinced and persuaded that like all other parliaments, even where it is not provided for in the rules or where there are potential interpretation issues, the Speaker will normally retire to his chamber, write a considered ruling, and come and give guidance to the House so that matters are put to rest and we proceed. So, Mr. Speaker, in this case, I wanted to just say that that should be the way for us to go. But before I sit, I wanted to persuade you, Mr. Speaker, that it will be unfair for our brothers in the North to stay without representation in the Bureau because of interpretation that is not favorable to them. Mr. Speaker, let us find a way to end this matter. If it is consensus, let us finish this matter, Mr. Speaker. Let us finish it, and it can be finished by you giving a rule, and we finish this matter. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président, thank you. Two things. I am definitely going to give a ruling. That is coming. Then the other thing is, I want to praise all of you. Look, today, we are discussing, debating in a very mature way. It's cool and nice. And this is very good. And we'll find a solution. Yesterday, we didn't get a solution because people were too annoyed. There was too much emotion. and then the whole thing got crowded in some more of politics than law. I love what you are doing this morning. You are quiet, you stand up and speak, give your views, sit down. But indeed, you are right, in the rules, when we have these differences, the chair has to give a determination. And I can assure you it is coming. How we move forward. There's a voice somewhere saying, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, Mr. President, is that Honorable Big? Honorable Big? Honorable Big?
شكرا سيد الرئيس. صباح الخير للجميع. فقط إضافة لما قلته ولما قاله الإخوان، نحن في مجموعة الشمال كنا قد تداولنا في الأمر، وهذا بتفسير ضيق للقانون وباحترام جيد لأهم القرارات اللي اتخذها البرلمان الإفريقي منذ نشأته إلى اليوم، والأكيد حرصا منا دائما على الثقة التي نتقاسمها جميعا والوصول إلى هدف واحد. فقط أردت أن أذكر الزملاء أن مجمل القواعد القانونية أو الإجرائية التي تم سنها في البرلمان الإفريقي قد تعكس عليها النظرة الأنجلوساكسونية أو النظرة الأخرى. نحن في دول الشمال لدينا نمط انتخابي مغاير، لدينا قوانين فيه نظرة فرنكوفونية، وبالتالي هناك نمطين للاقتراع ونمطين لتسيير الجلسات، نمطين لتسيير الدورات. فيه ما نقولش تناقض، فيه يعني فيه اختلاف في قضية المسائل المتعلقة باحتساب النصاب. نحن في مجموعة الشمال وبالرجوع إلى القوانين المنظمة، الأكيد أول قاعدة نرجع لها هو بروتوكول سيرت الذي صدر سنة 2001 والذي يمثل المجموعة الاقتصادية لأفريقيا، والذي نص بمادته 12 في فقرته الثانية بأن الانتخاب بالنسبة لأعضاء المكتب أو الرئيس يكون عن طريق احتساب أغلبية الأصوات الحاضرين في كل حالة بصريح النص. وهذا البروتوكول يسمو على النظام الداخلي وما زال ساريا إلى يومنا هذا، وهو يخضع إلى مؤتمر ما يسمى بمؤتمر الرؤساء. الأكيد كذلك بالعودة إلى النظام الداخلي الحالي الذي أقره إجرائيا البرلمان الإفريقي واعتمده سنة 2001 والذي على أساسه نعمل الآن. فهناك الكثير من وجهة النظر. أولا هناك نظرة متعلقة بالأشخاص، أي المواد تتعلق بانتخاب أو تشكيل أجهزة البرلمان، وهنا نتكلم عن المادة 16 اللي يتكلم على أغلبية الحضور المصوتين الحاضرين. وهناك القضية متعلقة بالقرارات، سواء كانت قرارات عادية أو قرارات استثنائية، وهنا نرجع لنص المادة 56. النصاب القانوني تم التكلم عنه فقط في نص المادة 55، والمادة تقول كل اجتماعات البرلمان أي دورات البرلمان سواء كانت استثنائية أو عادية. نرجع إلى نص المادة 86، المادة 88 و 87. المادة 88 و 87 تتكلم عن الجلسات عن الجلسات، وهنا تتكلم على قضية المساءلة تاع رئيس البرلمان الإفريقي، ويستطيع أن يسائل أي أحد حضر الدورة ولم ينضبط في الجلسات. وبالتالي هناك فرق ما بين الجلسات اللي تتكلم على تدوين فقط وما بين الاجتماعات اللي متعلقة ببداية الدورة. نحن نعتقد سيد الرئيس أن صحة أو ما يسمى بقانونية الاجتماع مربوط بالبداية، أي أن النصاب القانوني هو شرط إنشاء، أما الديمومة فلا تكون أبدا، وتصبح جميع القرارات تخضع في التصويت بالنسبة إلى الحضور فقط حالة واحدة. وهنا بنص المادة 93 تتكلم على مراجعة القواعد المتعلقة بإجراءات البرلمان تكون بثلثي الأعضاء وليس الحاضرين. فأكيد سيد الرئيس أملنا كبير وثقة كبير فيكم أننا نحظى بهذه المرافعة ونعطي للجلسة الكريمة. ونحن في مجموعة شمال توافقنا إجماعا على ترشيح الدكتورة فاطمة، وبالتالي على ما أظن نرى أننا في احترام لقواعد الإجراءات. هذه الدورة انطلقت منذ البداية بالنصاب القانوني، كل الآثار متعلقة الدورة راهي مسجلة، وبالتالي يجب أن نصوت بمن حضر. ولكم واسع النظر السيد الرئيس، فرجائي هناك فرق ما بين القواعد المتعلقة بالنظام الأنجلوساكسوني والنظام الفرنسي يجب أن نأخذ بعين الاعتبار. وأتمنى في النظام الداخلي القادم الذي سيراجع أن يأخذ بعين الاعتبار لأن شرط انعقاد الدورة أو النصاب القانوني هو في البداية فقط، وما يمكنش أننا نعطل أو نعرقل البرلمان أو اجتماعات البرلمان بالنصاب القانوني. ونحن نعلم أن في القانون الدولي أن هناك مبدأ المعروف شرطا كالمشروط شرطا. وشكرا.
Monsieur le Président, motion d'ordre.
Président.
Vous ne regardez pas ici.
Please, when a member is on the floor, let's avoid disorderly interjections. Who is next on the floor? Sorry, okay, yes, there are two, Fanyo and who? Fanyo and who? The name?
Alphonse.
Okay.
Monsieur
Now,
le Président.
Can we give this rule? Yesterday we debated. Today we can debate for another 10 minutes per person. Yeah, 1-2 minutes, just assist us way out rather than going round and round. Honorable Vagnon.
OK. Monsieur le Président, merci de me donner la parole. Je voudrais intervenir pour calmer nos collègues de l'Afrique du Nord et faire une proposition. Monsieur le Président, nous pouvons mettre aux voix, décider par consensus que nous allons voter. Je voudrais donc proposer ça. La deuxième chose, si nous décidons de voter par consensus, étant donné qu'il n'y a pas une concurrence et que le problème est réglé à l'intérieur du caucus, la probabilité à 100% est là pour que tout le monde ici président, par consensus, entérine de désigner ou de voter pour Dr. Ladam, afin qu'on finisse avec ça. Et je voudrais demander à mes collègues vraiment de se calmer et de considérer que le Parlement, c'est eux et nous. On n'est pas en train de prendre une décision contre le caucus du Nord. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Honorable Fanyo, for that statement. The Northern Caucus, please feel loved, not hated by other MPs from other caucuses. Everybody wants a solution. So don't have this suspicion that some people want to stop the person who was unanimously agreed on by the caucus to sabotage that person not being the bureau. Please don't debate with emotion thinking that some people are against you. Everybody supports your cause.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour m'avoir accordé la parole. J'ai joint ma voix aux collègues qui ont pris la parole précédemment, les deux qui ont parlé, pour dire de considérer le quorum à l'entame de cette session. Je crois qu'ensemble, nous avons voté ce projet du plan stratégique, sans compter le quorum. Je pense qu'on s'est référé au quorum de l'entame de la session. Et en droit, ça s'appelle la jurisprudence. La jurisprudence est aussi une autre forme, une autre source de droit. Et on s'en réfère. Quand on se réfère à la jurisprudence, on n'a pas besoin de considérer d'autres aspects. Moi, je reviens sur la jurisprudence et je demande à ce qu'on aille au vote pour ne pas perdre le temps et qu'on termine cette affaire.
Thank you. Yesterday, when I was going out after we rose in the afternoon, an honorable member, I like being challenged. They challenged me and said, Mr. President, so if we don't accept that there is no quorum now, does it mean all those people that we saw in from Monday, that is nullified? Because when we saw them in, we had no quorum. Does it mean that the strategic plan which we adopted has not been adopted? because with no quorum. And just to remind honorable members that even this sitting, since we started, on what we are proceeding, we have no quorum. This debate is also taking place, if we talk of quorum in an procedural manner, there is no quorum, but we're still debating. But if we were to follow this quorum thing, this session would have gone back on Tuesday, having realized that there is no quorum. Or would come back every day, suspending sitting that there's no quorum. I think one day PAP will have to think a way forward. This quorum issue for PAP to achieve sometimes almost impossible, unless we have virtual attendance. We want to close now, but I see there is, here. Otto Garepi, sorry, can you, mind you, Senator Mngatana made a correct observation, which is that the president will have to present a written rule, to make a ruling, proper ruling in writing. So, Honorable, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Mr. Otto, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a member of the Rules Committee, and we had a long time debating this, and I want to still contribute to say I'll give an example in my parliament. If we are two in the house and none of us called for a quorum, the business can still proceed. And for us, we can have even people in the offices there who came and registered here as coming for this session and decide not to come. And PAP will then break down because some people didn't come or decide not to attend the meeting. I think I want to go along with the honorable member who said, at this juncture, I think it is the interest of the people of Africa that should be respected. And our protocol states very well that every region must be represented by a member of the Bureau. And I think the North has done their part. And what we are doing here is just endorsement. And I suggest that, honorable members, if we didn't ask for quorum when we started, the first day we came here, it is only prudent for us to allow the honorable Bureau member to take a seat at the top table there, and we proceed with the interest of the people of Africa.
Président ici,
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بدوري أزكي كل ما قاله زملائي من مجموعة شمال إفريقيا، وأستسمحك السيد الرئيس، لدي سؤالان بسيطان جدا وأريد منك أن تجيبني عليهم. السؤال الأول: لماذا لا أرى الصناديق الخاصة بالاقتراع موجودة هنا؟ رؤية الصناديق تشعرنا بالراحة والديمقراطية، نريد أن نرى الصناديق هنا. السؤال الثاني سيد الرئيس: لماذا فقط عند انتخاب ممثلة شمال إفريقيا أصبحنا نتحدث عن الكوروم؟ الكل يتحدث عن النصاب فقط في هذه الجلسة. أريد منك التوضيح، كما أريد منك أن تجلبوا الآن الصناديق أم أنها ليست جاهزة. اجلبوا الصناديق وضعوها هنا، لأن الصناديق دليل على الصدق والديمقراطية. رؤية الصناديق تشعرنا بالراحة سيد الرئيس. شكرا.
I think that question is proper. Each time we have elections, we see ballot boxes. But this time, no, I don't know. I don't know why. Even my voice is refusing to come out. Because it's a very difficult question. I'm also uncomfortable to reply. Let's wind up and we find a way forward. Do you think there's anything new? All right, Honorable Alex. Felix, sorry.
Mr. President, I've been reflecting on this matter and I've read through the rules and I think we have one way to go. In most parliaments, we have the authority to suspend any rule. And when I read through the rules here, there is no rule that prevents us from suspending any rule. So I want to propose that we do agree to suspend Rule 55, which talks about the quorum, to enable us to proceed with our meeting. So in that way, Mr. President, I would like to formally move a motion that, considering the debate that has gone on here for two days, and considering the fact that we have been hampered by the presence of most members of parliament, some members are not present in the House, some members have gone for elections, some members have not been able to send their members to participate in this session. I therefore move that we suspend Rule 55 to enable us to proceed with the elections. Mr. President, I beg to move.
President, here.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. يسري بواب من تونس. سيد الرئيس سأنطلق من دستور هذا المجلس.
You can only speak for 2 minutes now. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. اوكي. سأنطلق من دستور هذا المجلس سيد الرئيس من بروتوكول الاتحاد الافريقي في المادة 12 سيد الرئيس النقطة 11. سأقرأها بالفرنسية. Le quorum pour toute session du Parlement panafricain est constitué de la majorité simple. Pour toute session, لكل دورة. البروتوكول تحدث عن الدورة. وأريد أن أسأل السيد الأمين العام والسيد المستشار القانوني، هل هذه الدورة تحصلت على الأغلبية البسيطة؟ هل تحصلنا على الأغلبية البسيطة؟ هل شارك نواب في هذه الدورة يمثلون الأغلبية البسيطة؟ إن شاركوا فلننتقل مباشرة إلى عملية الانتخاب. إن لم يشاركوا فلنحزم أمتعتنا ونرجع لبلداننا. هذه الدورة توت سيسيون، كل دورة. إذن احتساب النصاب بالنسبة للدورة، وهذا ما يقوله البروتوكول في المادة 12 في الفقرة 11 في الفقرة 11. وشكرا سيد الرئيس.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. عواطف شنيتي من تونس. سيد الرئيس، هنا نحن في مشكل قانوني بحت، ونحن كمجموعة الشمال كنا اتفقنا على السيدة فاطمة لكي تكون عضو في مكتب المجلس. سيد الرئيس، الآن مكتب المجلس فيه 4 أعضاء. حتى لو كان التعادل يقول أن تكون سيدة فاطمة في المكتب أو لا تكون، فإن صوت رئيس مجلس البرلمان الإفريقي يكون مرجح. وأنا أطالب من هنا أن يعقد مكتب المجلس هنا يعقد اجتماع طارئ، وأن يحدد من هل ستكون السيدة فاطمة في المجلس أو لا. وأعيد، فإن رئيس البرلمان الإفريقي يكون محدد، ولنا كل الثقة في شخصك سيد الرئيس. وشكرا.
Honorable Président, merci pour la parole. Je pense que nous devons nécessairement désigner un représentant de l'Afrique du Nord en cette session, parce que conformément à l'article 12 du protocole d'accord, point 10, il est dit que la vacance des postes de président et de vice-président est pourvue pendant la session du Parlement panafricain intervenant immédiatement après la dite vacance. Donc, le protocole nous impose donc de choisir ou de désigner en cette session obligatoirement le représentant de la région dont le candidat est en vacances. Par contre, nous n'allons certainement pas trouver de solution au sein, en ce qui concerne le quorum. Nous devons être sincères pour dire qu'il n'y aura pas de solution à trouver au sein de notre règlement, de notre protocole, en ce qui concerne la question du quorum actuellement, parce qu'il n'est forcément pas atteint. Ce qu'il y a à faire pour qu'il y ait cette élection, c'est de suivre la voie qui a été indiquée, la motion qui a été soulevée par notre commission des règlements, qui sollicite une réunion hybride. Et cette réunion hybride, que nous appelons en français une réunion subséquente, nous, en République démocratique du Congo, nous en avons l'expérience parce que nous avons passé 10 ans en train de faire des sessions sans que le quorum ne soit atteint. C'est ainsi que nous avons inséré dans le règlement intérieur une réunion subséquente, ce qu'on appelle hybride, qui permet au président, lorsque le quorum n'est jamais atteint, de procéder à la levée de la séance à l'instant et de la reconvoquer même dans 10 minutes, de sorte que l'on ne tienne plus compte du quorum. Donc, vous auriez donc la possibilité, en tant que président, au regard de cette motion soulevée par la commission des règlements, de suspendre la séance, de revenir après 30 minutes et que la séance se tienne sans tenir compte du règlement. Parce que si nous en revenons uniquement au protocole et à notre règlement, nous ne trouverons jamais solution parce qu'il n'y a aucune solution trouvée là-dessus. Et c'est d'ailleurs une piste qui aurait dû permettre à la commission des règlements qui statue sur la modification du règlement de trouver des solutions en ce qui concerne la tenue des réunions virtuelles, la tenue en cas de manque de quorum dans l'insertion de la réunion hybride. Donc, pour l'instant, nous allons le faire uniquement parce que nous devons résoudre un problème, mais pour l'avenir, nous devons nécessairement et obligatoirement l'introduire au sein de notre règlement intérieur. Merci.
So we concluded, maybe I've been too much this side. This side, no. I don't see in there. Anyone on this block? Yes.
Chair, I want to agree with the suggestions that have come forward that we finish this agenda today. And I want to take us back to Rule 56 on voting and what voting actually means. Because in Rule 56, voting is supposed to be a decision. And in Rule 56B, it says a decision of the House shall be made by consensus. And then Rule 56C says it is where there is no consensus decision of the House that we vote by 2/3 majority of the members present. There seems to be clear consensus in the House. And Mr. President, the consensus started from the North. Already the North have given the lead by giving us consensus. They have even the candidates that were two initially, the male candidate stepped down. So we only have one candidate. In fact, I don't want the box there. I want us to make the consensus to go through and we make a pronouncement of this candidate, Mr. President. Because it is obvious that we have started by consensus and we are now ready. Thank you.
No, remain standing. Professor, can you repeat the statement that caused the loudest applause?
Acclamation. The one that caused the loudest acclamation, and it is what I believe, Mr. President, is that consensus yesterday took place from the North. They gave us two candidates and the one candidate from Mauritania stepped down. So we only have one candidate. And because consensus does not really require the box, consensus is when the whole House says yes. So my suggestion is that we will vote by acclamation, that you give us the ayes and the nays, and we will make acclamation now and we finish it. We don't need the box.
She's saying we don't need a ballot box. She's saying we don't need a ballot box. Is that the consensus again?
Non, on doit voter, président. On doit voter.
I know Honorable Said Ibrahim Said yesterday was against this idea. Honorable Said.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أنا أرجو من السادة النواب الأعضاء أشقائنا أن يفهموا ما تحدثت عنه يوم أمس جيدا. أنا لا أريد أن أعطل عمل هذا البرلمان أو أريد أن أجبر النواب على تصويت ربما يكونوا يفضلون التوافق على أن يذهبون إلى رمي ورقة في صندوق. أنا أقول ذلك ليكون بما أن نواب الرئيس كلهم جلسوا على هذا المنصب من خلال انتخاب من خلال تصويت، نريد أن نعطي صوتنا لنائبتنا من شمال إفريقيا، نعطيها صوتنا لتجلس على ذلك المنصب. وأنا أقول ذلك لا أنظر إلى اليوم، وإنما أنظر غدا إذا كان هناك أي خلاف داخل هذا المكتب، ربما ينعت أحد أعضاء هذا المكتب نائبتنا بأنها غير منتخبة وإنما بالتوافق أو بشيء غير هذا. فقط هذا ما أريد أحدثه. بالتالي يمكننا أن نتوافق أن نذهب إلى الانتخاب، نتوافق جميعا على أن نذهب إلى نصوت على نائبة شمال إفريقيا لتأخذ هذا المنصب. هذا هو التوافق الصحيح. شكرا.
Monsieur le Président, from Egypt, Asna, Bosna, yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I will speak this time in Arabic so that all the North Caucasus, they understand me. I was not able to attend the meeting last night. أنا من الشمال وأكتر واحدة يهمني تمثيل الشمال في المكتب، وأول من يدعم النائبة فاطماتو من موريتانيا، وأول واحدة عايزاها تكون موجودة قدامي حالا قبل ما نعمل انتخابات. ولكن يجب أننا كبرلمانيين أننا نعمل بالقانون حتى لا يكون في أي شك، وكما قال النائب زميلي أنه لا ينعتها أحد في أي خلاف آخر حينما تكون في المكتب إن شاء الله. ولكن لدي مساءلات من أمس، هل وجودنا هنا أصلاً لأخذ الرأي في أي مسألة قانونية لازم نكون 110؟ لما دعمنا الاستراتيجيك بلان ما سألناش عن العدد، ولكن برضو محتاجين العدد في أي وجود لينا هنا في الشامبر. بما إننا مختلفين وإن الرأي مختلف، هل من الممكن أن نأخذ برأي الاتحاد الأفريقي وأن نرجع نجتمع لاحقاً؟ أخشى أن البرلمان سيفقد مصداقيته بالتعدي على القانون في بعض الإجراءات، ومن الممكن الصبر وأخذ رأي الاتحاد الأفريقي، وأرجو تمثيل الشمال ولكن أيضاً الالتزام بالقانون. وأعتقد أن لجوءنا أيضاً للتصويت الافتراضي هو ليس في القانون، ولو استعنا به اليوم من الممكن أن لاحقاً في أي خلاف في المكتب أن يقولوا أن نائبتنا النائبة فاطماتو هي ليست قانونية في المكتب. فلا بد أن الانتخابات تكون قانونية، وأعتقد أننا من الممكن أن ننهي الكلام في هذه المسألة وأن نرجع إلى الاتحاد الأفريقي ونجتمع بعد ساعة يكونوا ادونا رأيهم، أو غدا إن شاء الله في البرلمان. شكرا جزيلا معالي الرئيس.
You said a lot of good things, some of them contradictory. Some of them contradictory. Yes, next to the professor. In red.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think you, in terms of legitimacy, when this House votes by acclamation, we agree that the candidate has passed as the Vice President, the candidate will have all legitimacy of the House. And if the President gives that direction, then we vote, then, Your Excellency, you have actually said that you want the North to not go 7 months without being in the bureau. That means you care for the North being in there. But the North seems to be against this vote happening. They are the ones that are actually having a problem. They've given us a candidate and they're actually contradicting the vote. Can you tell us, are you not for this candidate? Because there's something going on in the North, and we are willing to give you legitimacy by voting by acclamation to put the Vice President in so that the Vice President can actually be able to represent you on the table. We will vote and the Vice President will take the seat there. That is legitimacy. How much more legitimacy do you want? Tell us if you don't want the candidate, because it seems that there is a problem in the North. If you want the candidate and you've presented the candidate to us, allow us to vote by acclamation and let us have the first Vice President take her seat and be legitimate in office. Thank you.
That is what I say.
Yeah, I'll come, Monsieur le Président. I'll come to you, Honorable Yusuf, as the last one, as chair of caucus, to summarize everything, not now. Yeah, we should end this debate. And some are already signaling me that let's close the debate. Let's close the debate. We need to close the debate. Yes, we close as I give the acting chairperson or the caucus to summarize.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أنا توضيح للسادة الزملاء، نحن في مجموعة الشمال لا يوجد بيننا اختلاف، وأكبر دليل على ما نقوله الآن لدينا مرشح واحد أو سيدة واحدة وهي النائبة المحترمة من جمهورية موريتانيا، بدليل أن مرشحتنا مرشحة واحدة، من كان مرشح معها انسحب، والآن نحن الشمال لدينا مرشح واحد. السيد الرئيس والأخوة الزملاء الأخوة بمكتب الرئاسة تحدثنا هذا الصباح وقلنا على النصاب، وتحدثنا أن النصاب يؤخذ من التعريفات اللي تحصلنا عليها بهذه الجلسة. هذا الرأي القانوني أتى به مستشار أو السيد عبد الصمد من المملكة المغربية، وهو يحمل مؤهل علمي في القانون الدستوري، وكذلك السيد بوطبيق من الجزائر وهو دكتوراه في القانون، والسيد يسري البواب وهو من تونس وهو كذلك دكتوراه في القانون. نحن الآن تحدثنا وقلنا ردا على الزميلة السابقة التي تكلمت الآن، نحن الشمال لا يوجد بيننا اختلاف، نحن متوافقين بشكل مطلق على أن السيدة فاطمات هي مرشحتنا، ليس لدينا أي مرشح آخر. لذلك سيد الرئيس والأخوة في مكتب هيئة الرئاسة نلتمس منكم ونطالبكم بضرورة أن تكون مرشحتنا جالسة على هذا الكرسي. هذا مطلب نهائي من مجموعة الشمال. هنا نحن نحترم القوانين واللوائح، نحترم القوانين واللوائح سيد الرئيس، نحن مع القانون ومع اللوائح، وندعم هذا المكتب بالكامل، ودعمناه سابقا وندعمه حاليا، ولكن نريد صوتنا أن يكون موجود داخل هذا المكتب. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Monsieur le Président, let us proceed as follows. It is lunchtime. It is lunchtime. We'll break for lunch.
No break, Mr. President.
Monsieur le Président.
No break.
Please.
No break.
No break, Monsieur le Président.
All right. I hear the noise. You will be reminded of what Honorable Senator. Interpreters, are you there? Interpreters, are you there? Is it okay? Yeah. You know, when you are in this chair, you have to think. if it is by consensus, we can finalize now. But if it is going to involve voting, then it means we have to break for lunch to enable the staff to bring the necessary instruments for voting. Because it will take us another 30, 40 minutes sitting here. Yet we can break, they prepare, and we move. Yes.
Okay.
So
break now.
Right. So if we are going to do it by consensus, then we close now and do consensus. But among yourselves, some are saying, no, consensus we don't want. We want to vote. If we are to vote, you want to allow the staff to put in the instruments here. It will take them a few, right? So that's much better. And it will allow me to give my written statement whilst they prepare for the actual final part of it. At the end of the day, the vice president should sit in this chair because we can't continue to keep this matter in suspense. So we come back at 2:15, 2:15 to close this chapter. Thank you.
Test.
Hand is up. But long has the okay. Okay. That's my thing. Waiting to do my work. Well, so really? Yeah.
Honorable members, Mr. President,
Good afternoon, honorable members. We can take our seats. Before I give my ruling on this matter, I would want to, first of all, ascertain how many MPs we have physically and virtually. Order, because we are counting numbers for attendance register. Those that are not members of parliament exit the main chamber. Honorable members, I'm advised that the physical count, 79, that's the physical count, plus 3 online. Online there are how many? There are 4. Jacob, the IT person. Where is Jacob?
Mr. President,
Where are you?
I'm in the control room, sir.
Control room, good. How many do we have on?
We have 4, but Honorable Alhaji Mbao is on the floor, so it's 3 online.
Alhaji Mbao is here. Sorry, take your floor. Honorable, take your floor.
سيد الرئيس yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
نعم سيد الرئيس نحن في بداية هذه الجلسة والصباحية تحدثنا على أن النصاب سوف يتحدد بالاكريديتيشن أو بطاقة الدخول. الآن أشكركم هيئة مكتب الرئاسة بأنكم اتفقتم على أن لدينا إمكانية بأن ندخل أعضاء عن بعد الذين غير موجودين هنا في جنوب أفريقيا، فأرجو منكم أن تعطونا وقت نص ساعة لكي يتم التواصل مع كل الأعضاء عن طريق مجموعات الواتساب. نحن الآن هذا الصف هم رؤساء مجموعات الإقليمية، الآن تواصلنا مع بعضنا ونعمل في اتصالاتنا بحيث يتم التواصل مع عدد ممكن من الأعضاء لكي يدخلوا معنا أونلاين، فأرجو أن تعطونا نص ساعة فقط سيد الرئيس.
Then that brings me to expressing my views and determination. I have received advice before doing this from within your debates, from our legal counsel seated over there. They've also given me advice. We met as a bureau over lunch. The bureau made its input. As a way forward, let's agree first that Having a quorum is sacrosanct, legally sacrosanct. We cannot ignore the quorum. Otherwise, we invite unnecessary and avoidable legitimacy issues and even illegal issues. We are all in this room educated, experienced leaders. So where it leads to the infringement of the law, as parliamentarians, we avoid. So I will not go into details of what Article 12.2 says, 12.11 says. I think we have heard too much of this from the debate. But at the same time, I want to emphasize that the spirit of the African Union in forming its organs is that they want inclusivity and regional balance. Regional balance is a principle that is clear in Article 12.2 on regional representation, which reflects the AU's vision of fostering unity and inclusivity across Africa's diverse region. This provision exists to ensure that the legislative processes within PAP remains inclusive, reflecting the voices and the interests of all AU organs. Any rule or interpretation that limits or obstructs this requirement would compromise the PAP's purpose and contradict the AU's foundational principles. So the intention of Article 12.2 is further reinforced by the fact that the Pan-African Parliament was established to serve as a continental parliament with a representative mandate. This mandate cannot be fulfilled if any region is excluded from participation. So by allowing all regions to be represented, Article 12.2 safeguards against imbalances and ensures that the legislative activities are generally pan-African in scope. So upholding this regional representation mandate is therefore central to the legitimacy and credibility of the PAP. We have noticed some conflict between quorum rule and Article 12.2, but that is why we are here. Authority of the President or the PAP on some of the requirements. I will not even go into detail, but I want to quickly say the only possible practical way is that whilst there's a view to say, let's move to February when we have probably a quorum, I think the way forward is that let's have hybrid. Let's do hybrid, those in this room and those outside, for which the chairperson, acting chairperson of Northern Caucasus is saying, give us more time so that we mobilize those that are not in this room. And I think ultimately the conclusion is that we will vote in a hybrid fashion. There are those that will say, no, the virtual voting is not in our rules. And the answer is that in terms of the same rules, we can ourselves bring in those that are not here. It is a notorious practice at the AU to conduct business and even to vote electronically at the mother organs in Addis Ababa. Order here, order there. So I'm saying virtual voting or conducting meetings virtually is a practice of the African Union, and they do it every day. So PAP would not be the only one doing it. But the question arises is, right, where is it in the rules? First of all, during COVID, we conducted meetings as PAP, several of them, virtually. And I know some guidelines could have been adopted or not, but the solution is, once we have a quorum in a hybrid fashion, we will then ask membership in a quorum, constituting a quorum, to agree that these are the guidelines and we should proceed to election based on the of attendance with a quorum. We'll agree that hybrid will be the way to go for this election. That one legally we can wait for whoever wants to challenge us. I think that is proper. Once we agree, but we have to constitute a quorum first. Then we agree to proceed with the election, which is hybrid. And to me, that is not challengeable. Let's leave all the other arguments about this and that. Let's get the numbers. Let's get more MPs. If each delegation, if each caucus chair were to conduct all those who are north, south, central, we're going to succeed. If we can't succeed now, we will succeed tomorrow. But we have to succeed. It's possible if we all consult with those that are not yet, we know them. They can sit, we agree tomorrow, if to now, if in the 30 minutes, Honorable Yusuf, I don't know whether in 30 minutes we can raise a number of 30 MPs to connect. Are you confident you can do it? Inshallah, God willing. All right, I will allow 3 hands only. Someone was talking somewhere. I think it's between, is it possible in 30 minutes or it's possible tomorrow morning? Okay, Honorable.
يا سيد الرئيس انت تعرف يعني هذه ناس تروح سيد الرئيس تعلم ان نحن انعقاد هذه الدورة أتت في نهاية العام، وتعرف نحن النواب واعضاء الممثلين للدول دائما في نهاية العام لو نهاية السنة لدينا التزامات وطنية داخل دولنا، فلذلك جل الأعضاء أو معظم الأعضاء يحضرون يعني في البدايات وفي الأسبوع الثاني لظروف التزاماتهم الوطنية يغادرون. فنحن لذلك أنا أطلب منكم نص ساعة إن شاء الله حتكون هناك عدد مناسب لكي يستكمل النصاب، فأعطونا نص ساعة بإذن الله حتكون الأمور إن شاء الله في الاتجاه الصحيح.
Minutes means 4:15 basically. By 4:15, Honorable Patrick, procedure.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I know you're struggling now, raise the numbers. But in politics, it's candidates that mobilize voters. I am here. I don't know who the candidate is. And I've been consulting, asking different colleagues of mine, who is the candidate? Up to now, I've not known the candidate. I have only seen the chairperson of Northern Caucus speaking. I don't know this candidate whether she cannot speak. Since these deliberations began, an effort should be made by the candidate. Mr. President, and I'm pleading with you and this parliament, when there is no competition, these things we are going to be facing them now and again. Competitions for elections mobilizes voters to be around on the voting day. But we started here saying that once the caucus produces a candidate, it's fine. Now we are here struggling. It's amazing. If somebody is picking this since yesterday, we are here. The whole day we are looking for quorum. But if it was, this mobilization was done by the candidates themselves, I remember you on the day when you wanted to be president again. You worked so hard, even when I never wanted you to be president again. You worked so hard to ensure that we have members here. So now we are here with somebody who wants to be a president, not known, no poster outside, nothing, completely. That's why we are struggling. Even if you call members to come online, they are going to come online and ask who is the candidate? What is, this, we are politicians. We know what goes on in politics. Mr. President, I plead with you, these 30 minutes, we are not going to achieve the numbers. Let us give another day. Let all caucuses know that there is voting. Let us share the poster of the candidate on all our platforms. And we plead with the members that please, on such and such a day, such and such an hour, we have a candidate. We need somebody in the bureau. Mr. President, once we are unable to achieve that, when members participate, I really think we are going to create a different situation. Because even when you ask me to vote, some people may not give you the vote that you want. Because now you're dealing with the issue whether we vote or not. But you're going to deal with another problem. I cannot just vote somebody I don't know. Because that's now another problem. You may not raise the numbers. So can we really do what politics demands us to do? Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Why are you not clapping? I'm joking. No, clapping is from your heart. Clapping is from your heart. Anyway, we hear the submissions by Honorable Patrick from Uganda about who should be the candidate. I think the answer lies with the person. The answer lies with the person herself. But in terms of procedure, at this stage, we only have the candidates to present themselves once we've cleared everything to do with quorum, and now we are in the election gear, ballot boxes there. Then we ask the candidates to come and motivate themselves. At this stage, we are still addressing the preliminary procedural issues. But in the meantime, the candidate is free to walk to Honorable Patrick and say, I'm the one you are asking for. Then we proceed. Anyway, Honorable Patrick has opposed the 30 minutes. He says, better we do it maybe tomorrow when we have adequate time. Honorable Brahim.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. سيد الرئيس، لقد أعطيتنا أمرا بأن هناك نصف ساعة فقط وتتم ترتيب الانتخابات. وقالت القاعة أنها تريد التوافق من أجل المضي إلى الانتخابات. هذا هو ما طالبنا وهذا هو ما كنا ننتظر. عندما ذهبنا هذه نصف ساعة يبدو أن المكتب اجتمع، وبالتأكيد أن المكتب عندما يجتمع ومجلس الشمال غير موجود فيه لن يكون هناك صوت الشمال مسموع لنذهب للانتخابات. ولقد اجتمعتم وحدكم في غياب مجموعة الشمال عن اجتماع المكتب حتى تخرجون بقرار موفق وبرضا الجميع. وبالتالي سيد الرئيس أدعو من أجل وحدة هذا البرلمان ومن أجل مضي قدما. الشمال هو 7 دول فقط، المناطق الأخرى تتحدث ب 12 دولة و14 دولة، وبالتالي الشمال كله إذا حضر الآن إلى هذا الاجتماع لن يعطيكم الكرم، وهذا بسبب العدد طبعا وليس بسبب غياب الأعضاء، وإنما 7 دول ليست هي 14 دولة. لو أن الشمال 14 دولة لكانت القاعة مملوءة من الشمال والحشد لهذا المنصب. وبالتالي نحن ندعم موريتانيا لتستمر في منصبها لا أكثر ولا أقل، ولا يوجد أي صوت يقرد خارج مجموعتنا. وبالتالي نطلب من المكتب ونطلب من الأعضاء ونطلب من هذا البرلمان الموقر أن يتفهم هذا الموضوع ويمضي قدما ليحصل مكتب شمال إفريقيا على منصبه الذي يقر به القانون والنظام الداخلي والبروتوكول وكل القوانين التي نعمل بها. وشكرا سيد الرئيس.
I believe as we debate, we are eating into the 30 minutes. So wherever you are sitting, you are doing your work to invite. You are inviting other members to join virtually. Yeah, I believe you are doing that. There's no debate without also mobilizing other members to come on board. Now, Honorable Brahim Said, yes, the Bureau met over lunch. And it's the only business that we did over lunch. And then you say the North was not represented. It is true. Because currently there is no first vice president. So in a typical bureau meeting, there is no North. That's why we're struggling to ensure that we get a member from the North. But out of inclusiveness spirit, we asked Honorable Yusuf, the acting chair, to come into the bureau meeting, and he attended the latter part just to hear what each bureau member had to say. That did happen, and he can confirm it actually happened. And he knows how things went. And but the determination which I've made now, of course, is coming from the president. On the advice and listening from the bureau, our legal position from the legal officer, whose view may not agree with what I'm saying now, but ultimately this chair also, in terms of rules, I'm given the authority to decide ultimately. So, Honorable Ibrahim, the route that we have now can work. We can invite members from 10 from each caucus. It's possible. They can join in and we have a quorum and we move forward. It's possible. I see hands. I want to see people on the phones calling those outside, sending messages. Say, please, can you go and join? This is the link. Quickly, we need to spend more time on improving the numbers than arguing with the chair or debating a motion whose conclusion is that let's invite other members to join in. Once we have a quorum, then we can proceed. And that's very easy to achieve. Yes. Honorable Mbo, West Africa Caucus, we believe you have mobilized yours. Honorable Dudu Zela, Southern Caucasus, we have people in Malawi, Mozambique who are not in this room. You're going to be assisted by the vice chair there from Mozambique. You can get from Mozambique, you can get from Malawi. In Namibia, there are those that are not here, several. From Southern Africa, there are several, including Angola. We can get the numbers. Central Africa, Honorable Felix. Is Honorable Felix here? Yeah, which side? This side, okay, sorry. We believe you have all mobilized Central Africa. Are you in touch with, sorry? We mean Felix, chair of Central Caucasus. Sorry? Or not you can have. I mean from Burundi. Yes, mobilized Central Africa. Burundi delegation, sorry, Rwanda delegation went back. Honorable Bideli, that is East Africa. Honorable Bideli is a whole team of 5 from Rwanda, went back. Yeah, Honorable Bideli, I can mention several, almost each country. So let's do that. But there are those who still want to raise 1 or 2 issues. The floor is yours. Yeah. I start from here. I'll come over there. Let me start from there.
Mr. President, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mao Sampa, Chairperson of CAPA Committee on Audit and Public Finance. Mr. President, I want to commend you for the position you've taken right at the end, where you've used your powers to say the quorum has to be there, be it by hybrid, by people logging in virtual. That is commendable, Mr. President. At no time should this parliament break any of its rules. The rules were made for a reason. And this parliament is an African parliament. So it's paramount, it's superior to all our 52 countries' domestic parliaments. Mr. President, I want to give a background and also use you as an example. There were elections in this house for president not long ago. They took long because there was debate and debate on rules. And at the end of the day, all rules were clear. And one of the contentious issues was on quorum. Even on the rules that we had passed in this house, others objected because there was no quorum on that day. So the AU moved in and the rules were nullified. But as for the elections, Mr. President, there was a lot of debate. But the rules were all set aside, put in place and observed. And there it was, Mr. President. I'll be the first to say that the election took place very fair, and you, the president, won fairly and squarely, and no one can dispute that because all the rules were observed. So even in this instance, it's very easy for us. I think there is consensus. We know that the Northern Caucasus have got a consensus, and there was a debate on a consensus. Well, consensus is when everybody has agreed 100%, but we can see that there's 1 or 2 who are objecting, indirect or directly. The only way to settle that is through a vote. But also that vote, back in our parliament in Zambia, just one objection. Everyone said, yes, we agree with this position of the speaker. But one objection leads to a vote. So that's where we are, and I commend you. We should go to a vote, and even the vote should be within the rules. It's 2/3. And then after that, no one can object legally or otherwise. The onus is on the Southern Caucasus. You have a candidate, you want us to support
No.
the North. The North, it's your decision as a caucus, but it has to go through the rules. And the rule says a quorum has to be there, and the person that you give us has to win by 2/3. That has to be obeyed. How we achieve to that is yourselves to ensure that we achieve that. And we want to see that candidate also. The candidate, as my colleague from Uganda said, has not campaigned to us. We have not even seen the candidate. But that said, in conclusion, Mr. President, I want to commend you for your decision, which you've just taken, that the rules must be followed, and this must be commended, because this is a parliament of rules and not a parliament of expedience. I thank you, Mr. President.
Oui, vas-y, si tu veux, moi j'avais demandé. Non, vas-y.
Ils sont des rédits.
Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie. Moi, je voudrais juste vous poser une question, Monsieur le Président. À la rentrée, vous avez dit que vous avez eu le conseil de conseil juridique. Je voudrais savoir, est-ce que vous avez demandé au conseil juridique quel sera aussi le sort du plan stratégique qu'on a voté hier alors qu'on n'avait pas de quorum? Est-ce que demain, si on doit voter pour le règlement intérieur, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire? Est-ce qu'on reviendra sur aussi le truc? C'est pour juste vous dire, quand on a parlé du consensus, je crois que c'est pas l'appel de nous soulever toutes les interventions. En tout cas, la candidate, elle est là. Pour celui qui vient de parler, elle est derrière vous. Elle est à ma droite. C'est la candidate proposée. Elle est là debout. Elle est à ma droite. Hein? Donc, c'est Dr Fatimatou Habiba, ancien ministre de Mauritanie à plusieurs reprises, et Dr Pédiatre, obstétricien. Donc voilà, Monsieur le Président, c'était pour savoir un peu ça, mais c'est pour vous dire aussi que vraiment, nous ne sommes pas restés toute la journée pour ça. Je vous remercie. Il faut continuer.
Oh, she's a pediatric doctor. How good. This parliament is rich. Yes.
سيد الرئيس، احنا اجتمعنا اليوم الصباح وكانت الامور واضحه، وكان الفرق بين الاجتماع والدوره واضح لا لبس فيه، واتفقنا وخرجنا على ان نعيد للاقتراع. من غير المقبول ان تتغير القرارات بهذه السرعه، وهذا سيردنا الى سوابق اعتقد انها ستعيق في المستقبل عمل البرلمان لعده اسباب. السبب الاول هو ان القرارات اذا اتخذت علينا ان نمضي فيها، ونحن اتخذنا قرار بالرجوع للاقتراع، ولنرى بالليله طلبت ان يكون هناك اداه الاقتراع، وانتم قلتم لنا اذهبوا للغداء وسنحضر الاكياس الاقتراع. لأن انا اعتقد ان هذه سابقه خطيره، هو تراجع عن قرار اتخذ الرئيس بهذه السرعه. السابقه الثانيه هو ان البرلمان يكون عنده عده موازين. الميزان الاول هو انه امس اقترعنا على البلان استراتيجيك، اقترعنا، واليوم نطلب النصاب لاقتراع اخر، وغدا ربما ياتي نص اخر لا يطلب له الاقتراع. انا اعتقد ان ينبغي ان يكون هناك توازن في القرارات، وبالتالي ينبغي ان نمضي فيما اتفقنا عليه وان نسير نحو الاقتراع كما قلت تفضلتم سيد الرئيس. شكرا.
I need to give clarifications. You say Honorable Laira asked, where are the ballot boxes? And you are raising, these ballot boxes are here. They are here. They are here in front. They are here. Then they will be moved there. when we are done with the quorum issues, then we vote. They are ready. The staff are ready with everything. The ballot box, on that they are transparent. They are not the typical boxes of the past, but they are there. So the ballot boxes are here. The issue of, and I'm saying this in the hope that you are also mobilizing more numbers as I respond. I hope we are getting more numbers. The issue of maybe the interpretation was not clear. It said we voted on the strategic plan. No, we didn't vote. For us to vote, we need a quorum. So we didn't vote for the strategic plan. We only adopted it by acclamation. Now, as has been said, for the vice president, you can't use acclamation or consensus. The rules say for a person to be a president or vice president, they should get at least a, what do you call it, a simple majority, which means 50+1. It's a requirement that there should be some votes which are counted and they get 50+1. And I'm trying to assist that we achieve exactly that. You are my brothers and sisters. We love you a lot. So we want you to be happy and you be happy. We are working together. Yes. Oh, the candidate. Candidate, you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس، جزاكم الله خيرا على ما تقومون به من جهد لإتمام هذه العملية، وهذا يصب في صالح البرلمان الإفريقي، لأن هذه الصورة التي هي أمامنا صورة جميلة، ولكن ينقصها شيء، هو المقعد الشاغر لشمال إفريقيا. لو اكتملت الصورة لكانت صورة معبرة تعبر عن ضمائر جميع الأفارقة، وكل إفريقي يرى نفسه في هذه الصورة التي هي أمامنا. ونحن لا شك لدينا أنكم ستبذلون كل شيء من أجل أن تكتمل هذه العملية بأسرع وقت، لأن ذلك سيعد نجاحا لكم ولنا كبرلمانيين في إفريقيا. سأتكلم قليلا بالفرنسية. J'aimerais vous remercier, Monsieur le Président. Je vais me présenter un peu. Je m'appelle Dr Fatimatou Habib. Je suis de la République islamique de Mauritanie. Je suis actuellement parlementaire de l'Assemblée générale de la Mauritanie, l'Assemblée nationale. Je suis ancien ministre de l'élevage, de la formation professionnelle, de l'habitat et des affaires sociales. Je suis médecin, gynécologue, obstétricien. J'ai travaillé de très longues années sur le terrain en tant que médecin pour essayer d'aider la population qui en a besoin de ça. Je me présente ici devant vous, honorables députés et sénateurs. Oui, comme a dit mon collègue, je suis ancienne vice-présidente de l'Assemblée nationale de la Mauritanie. Je me présente ici pour représenter la Mauritanie, pour représenter le groupe Nord, parce que ce siège vacant revient à l'Afrique du Nord. Et comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, c'est une très bonne image. En voyant tous les groupes de l'Afrique présents devant nous, c'est un honneur pour nous de voir une image aussi bonne, mais il y a quelque chose qui ne va pas. Il y a le siège vacant qui revient à l'Afrique du Nord, qui n'est pas meublé. Et c'est pas normal. Parce que nous sommes tous regardés et suivis et probablement traités selon l'image qu'on va donner. Et c'est pas normal que l'Afrique soit présente par ces différents groupes, sauf un seul groupe, qui lui revient d'être présent et d'être à ce niveau en tant que premier vice-président de notre honorable Parlement, le Parlement africain. Donc, tout ce que je demande, à mon nom personnel, pas uniquement pour avoir le siège, mais pour que cette image soit ajustée, soit réelle, reflète l'unité africaine, le siège doit revenir le plus tôt possible à l'Afrique du Nord. Je vous remercie.
Another round of applause, louder now. To be honest, I'm waiting for her to move from there to come and sit here the moment we finish all the protocols and procedures. We are waiting for her to move to come and sit here. So let's clear the road for her to come and sit. The chair is there, is empty. The chair has nobody. The office right now, there's nobody. She's entitled to a vehicle as a vice president is parked, waiting for her, and the others. There's no competition. Everything is waiting for her. Yes, shukran, Gesilen. Yes, we are waiting for her. Look, the quality of the person is also very high. Eh? Yes, we have a medical doctor in the room. Who knows, one day she may even help assist us in the chamber if there is an emergency. Very welcome, very welcome. Yes. Yusuf, are you succeeding? Sorry? Are you succeeding?
نعم سيد الرئيس، نحن الآن قريبا إن شاء الله على الوصول إلى الرقم المطلوب.
Arabic?
Yes, Mr. President, we are about to reach the number what we are looking for.
Good.
So just we need some minutes.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Tony.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for your information, on a lighter note, whilst we are still mobilizing at the Southern Caucus, it's just to note that some of the MPs are willing to join, but they are reporting that they don't have data. Otherwise, they will all be joining. They will be voting, but
it is indeed a lighter note.
It is in a lighter note, Mr. President.
It's indeed a lighter note.
And Honorable Samba has been trying to motivate them to come and join.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Mozambique should give us a good number. And Angola, Rwanda should give us 5. Rwanda should give us 5.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Sorry?
Yes, Honorable Bideri has logged in, so I've asked him to check the other members from Rwanda.
Yes, please. Mozambique, want to say something?
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Nós estamos a trabalhar pelo menos mais 3 votos, penso que vamos conseguir, para além do meu aqui.
Thank you.
ايه
Mr. President.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام. Mr. President.
Hello.
Mr. President.
Hello. Yes, hello.
From Tunisia, from here.
Tunisia. Tunisia. Where Tunisia? This side. Eh? Go ahead.
شكرا سيد الرئيس على إعطاء الكلمة. تحية طيبة لكم ولعموم الزملاء من كل ربوع القارة الطيبة. سيد الرئيس، أنت تعلم جيدا كم نكن لكم من الود وكم نكن لكم من الاحترام وكم نكن لكم من التقدير داخل مجموعة الشمال. للأسف ما حدث بالأمس وما يحدث اليوم لا يمكن اعتباره في الأعراف الدبلوماسية والسياسية إلا فعلا عدائيا تجاه مجموعة الشمال. لا يمكن أن نكيفه إلا على اعتباره فعلا عدائيا تجاه مجموعة الشمال. نحن سمعنا الكثير من الكلام الجيد. سأعيد سيد الرئيس، ما نتعرض له اليوم وما تعرضنا له بالأمس لا يمكن أن نكيفه في الأعراف الدبلوماسية وفي التقاليد السياسية إلا بكونه فعلا عدائيا تجاه مجموعة الشمال. سمعنا الكثير من الكلمات الطيبة، سمعنا الكثير من النوايا الطيبة، ولكننا نريد أفعالا طيبة أكثر من الكلام. نحن حملنا تاريخا مشتركا في مناهضة الاستعمار، تاريخنا مشترك وجغرافيتنا مشتركة، وللأسف اليوم نرى أن التمسك بالجزئيات القانونية بعيدا عن الرغبة المشتركة في وحدة إفريقية حقيقية هو ضرب لمجموعة الشمال، ونرجو ألا تكون مجموعة الشمال هي ورقة ضغط في صراعات سياسية داخل هذا المجلس. وشكرا.
The Northern Caucasus, we love you. Don't move away from others. You are trying to walk away from others and you want to be stand alone. You are not alone. Just now, Honorable Lucia is not from the Northern Caucasus. She says, I have mobilized all the other 4 Cape Verde. They have connected. They are not from the northern region. So I think be careful sometimes with these political statements. You are alienate yourselves. You are alienating yourselves by trying to argue as if it's Northern Caucus. When these rules were made, they did not have Northern Caucus or Central Caucus in mind. They were just written for everybody. These are rules that apply to everybody. To be president here in March, a quorum was first ascertained, and there were about 176. 176. The quorum was about 107. There were 176 here. And when I won, I got 138 votes, exceeding the quorum. So it's not done only to the Northern Caucus. It has been done to all caucuses. But when you present your points, please, please, we appeal to you. Do not politicize a legal process. Some of your members from the North are not even here to support the North. Your own numbers as North are not 100% in this room. But others are working hard. We hear Honorable Mbo mobilizing, Honorable Lucia, just to the Mozambique, said they have 3. Surely you should say people love you, rather than to try and attack and say we, the Northern Caucus, people are against us. There is no reason not to work with you. Because these other caucuses do not compete for positions in the Northern Caucus. If anything, we should thank us what we've done to bring rotation and balance. One of the regions that was affected is Northern Caucus. You didn't have sometimes no chair of a committee, sometimes not even a vice chairman. But today, because of what we've done, we've said we are all equal. We should support every region. Today, Egypt has a chair, Morocco has a chair, Algeria has a chair, Libya is vice chair of caucus, Sahrawi vice chair. It's only Tunisia because they came a bit late. Almost every country, in some cases 2. Egypt has 2 or 3 in bureaucracies. It never used to happen. They know if they had 2 people in the bureaucracies, they were lucky. But because we said we need to work together, we brought them. Now they are also participating. So don't just accuse others who actually love you, truly love you. That is the truth. I don't see anyone raising up their hand.
Here. I'm here. Here.
Okay. No, I'll go here. Here.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just need a little bit of clarity on how we are going to proceed. Assuming our colleagues get the numbers, those that are working on the online, I just want to know how you're guiding that we are going to be proceeding, because the hybrid that you've introduced is not in our rules. And since it's not in the rules, are we proceeding by first adopting that? Or are we proceeding by voting straight? So that, because I just need to know how we are going to proceed, putting in mind the Article 12 of the protocol, which states which gives that we need to have a 2/3 majority for us to adopt any rule. Thank you.
Thank you. The technical side of the voting would invite the head of IT in PAP, Jacob. We have actually asked him to explain to us whether it is possible to vote secretly using this system. He confirmed that it's very, very possible. We have that IT capacity. The other question is, these are guidelines. These are guidelines. Guidelines for voting do not stand the position of, just like they are here with the ballot papers, whether they are blue or white, it's not something to put in the law. But as you said, when everybody is logged in, we now have a quorum. We will then raise the issue of saying, for this election, can we agree to use hybrid? And once that is adopted, I do not doubt that we'll be proceeding procedurally, because since 2021 or 2020, there was an instruction within the AU that we use virtual or hybrid from the AU. And we have been doing that. So if we have a quorum and we agree on that methodology, I have no doubt we'll be proceeding correctly. So, but we need a quorum to agree on that first. But that's just an electro-administrative way of doing it. There was a hand. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Honorable Patrick Isamba is citing the protocol, actually explaining that we need 2/3 to change the rule. Nobody is changing the rule here. We are just interpreting presence in the House, meaning also virtual attendance. It is about interpretation of the rule of presence. It's not about changing the rule. So we don't need that 2/3 majority, which talks about changing and adoption of amending the rules. We are not doing that. Second, Mr. President, I like to calm down the fears of my brother here. By the way, we are very close friends. We are here because we want to get the Northern Caucasus representative in the seat. How can we then be accused to be unfair to you? We came here this afternoon, actually in the morning. We've been seated here waiting patiently, such that you are represented. Patiently. We are contributing all along, finding a solution to what seems to be technical challenge. Other than trying to bypass what lawyers call legal engineering, let us do things the correct way. Because we are in this together. Let us not talk about Northern Caucasus. This is the African Union. This is the African continent. That's why we are here. As of now, we are looking forward to electing our first vice president. We are not looking forward to electing somebody from the Northern Caucasus. No, that president is going to be ours. All of us. He's not going to be your president. He's going to be the president of the entire institution. So, colleagues, especially from the Northern Caucasus, get us correct. We are in here. Actually, the first vote should be mine for her. But I want it to be done the correct way. Because why do we have to bypass the rule, even when we are doing a good thing? If you want to do a good thing, do it well. and do it in accordance with the rules, with the law, and we all move together. So this is not something about the Northern Caucasus. Please, please save us that. This is about Africa, and we are going to vote for the candidate. She has no opponent. And we have patiently been waiting here to exactly give you the chance to join the Bureau like any other region. Thank you, Mr. President.
Guys, start from you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour m'avoir accordé la parole une fois de plus. J'aimerais que vous puissiez, avant que je dise ce que j'ai à dire, que le Président connaisse aussi notre nom. Les noms, quand vous citez les collègues par leur nom, voilà, nous sommes jaloux. C'est comme si votre attention sur nous n'est pas vraiment très attirée. Ensuite, j'aimerais calmer les collègues du Nord, l'Afrique du Nord, pour leur dire que nous travaillons aussi en même temps. Pendant que je suis là, j'ai appelé les collègues du Rwanda. Les 5 députés du Rwanda sont en train de se connecter pour pouvoir voter. C'est-à-dire, nous sommes ensemble, l'Afrique est unie pour cette cause. J'aimerais évoquer aussi ce que l'adage que nous appliquons chez nous en RDC, qu'on ne peut pas remettre à demain ce que nous pouvons faire aujourd'hui. C'est-à-dire, nous sommes déterminés à terminer cette affaire aujourd'hui, coûte que coûte. Voilà ce que je voulais dire.
DRC, Honorable from DRC, it's unfortunate I don't know you by name, but you are fairly new in PAP. If we could introduce a system where an MP stands up and say, my name is from DRC, you would assist everybody in the chair to know people much faster. But can I have your name then? Yeah, so I'm writing down so that I don't forget, I then get to know you. You can write your name, you can tell me your name.
Mon nom, c'est Alphonse Ngoyi Kassanji. Vous pouvez dire seulement Alphonse, honorable Alphonse, ça passe.
Thank you very much for...
Thank you.
Yeah. For your contributions are progressive. Yes. You are new, but your contributions are very progressive. Yes. So I want to thank you. Merci beaucoup. Honorable Mbo, I think, was raising his hand. Sorry?
Yes, thank you. I was just saying that we are very close. So we need around 5 or so. So let's call. So let's keep calling so that we get the number. Yeah.
5 only.
Very close. Yeah. We are very
that's good. Can the members also get us more? Yes. Again, I'll be accused of the name. Yes. Take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to attract your attention, so I'll wait until you're done with the clap.
You know, you spoke from that side. So when you came here, I was wondering, no, this can't be somebody's over there. But then we proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Someone was on my chair at the time, so I sat there. Mr. President, I want to take it up from the previous speaker when he ended by saying, we just have to do it and get over and done with, so that we just finish. I'll wait for Director Wawa to finish with the president. So the previous speaker from our neighbor Congo DR said, we need to finish, just get done with it, so that we finish and we knock off and we go, so that we just do it. Mr. President, there lies in where I start my submission for under 2 minutes. This, Mr. President, is a parliament of Africa. We just don't leave our countries to come here just to get things over and done with for the sake of it. We have to follow rules. This rule book, if you're a Christian, this is the Bible. If you're a Muslim, this is the Quran. If you're a Buddhist, this is the Bhagavad Gita. If you are witchcraft, I don't know what you call it. But this has to be followed to the latter. It cannot be compromised at convenience. Just because we want to go for lunch, we say, let's break this rule, and because we have to break for lunch. Or now we have been here the whole day, let's just go. No, we have to follow in there. And whatever we do, we have to quote it. If it's in our countries, this is what they call the constitution. So the moment we break anything in there, then we are killing our own parliament. So even whatever we do, we must be able to cite.
But
Honorable Speaker, I raise a point of order because the Speaker is misrepresenting the former Speaker. What the former Speaker simply said, let's endeavor to complete this work. Let's not procrastinate something that we can do today. That's what he said. He is not saying, let's just brush things aside. He is not saying that. I did not hear that. Thank you.
Okay, yes.
Is it a double point of order?
Double point of order?
يا شكرا سيد الرئيس. نعم. What's up?
Is it a point of order? You say is it a point of order?
يا سيد الرئيس، أنا لدي كلمة بسيطة جدا موجهة للسادة النواب الأعضاء، جميع السادة النواب موجودين بهذه القاعة. نشكر كل من وقف بجانبنا كمجموعة الشمال وكذلك كل من لديه وجهة نظر عما نقوم به الآن. نحن مجموعة الشمال الأقل مجموعة في هذا البرلمان نطالب بالجلوس على مقاعدنا، ليس مطالبتنا بأن نخترق أو نعارض قوانين المعمول بها في البرلمان، ولكن مطالبتنا بتمثيلنا بهذا المكتب هي لدعم هذا البرلمان ولتقوية هذا البرلمان لكي يستمر وتكون مؤسسة أفريقية تحمل كل فارقة. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Yeah, let him finish. Honorable Samba.
Yes, the honorable member came and over-debated me. Nobody is against the Northern Caucus. We are all for the parliament. That whatever we do, be it Eastern, Central, Southern, Northern, Western Caucus, everything has to fall within here. That's where we are. So even this virtue we are talking about, we need to quote it in here. The president has said the AU directed that we must consider virtue. Obviously, we are the COVID period. But even that said, that rule, we need to insert it in here and be able to cite it. Don't forget here, we have members of staff who need to obey this also, because if they don't, they'll also be questioned by the AU. So article, when you just say, my brother Okoti from Uganda earlier on said, we must just see if we can amend the rules, and just here, he had a good submission, I remember. But here is Article 12 of these rules of Parliament. I didn't make it, I found it, but I've been taught to follow it religiously. Article 12 says, rules of procedure and organization of the Pan-African Parliament. Item 1, the Pan-African Parliament shall adopt its own rules of procedure on the basis of a 2/3 majority of its members. The Pan-African Parliament shall elect at its first sitting by secret ballot from amongst its members in accordance with its rules of procedures. So any rule we want, if we want that we should all just dress in t-shirts here, or traditional gear, whatever we want, we can make those rules, but it has to be supported by 2/3 majority. That's what this article says. So even this virtual, we said we want it, but have we put it in here? Has it been elected by 2/3 majority? Anything else you want to do quickly, it's very easy. My sister there, actually, I want her to be there as well to quote the president's word. But at the moment we don't follow any rule or bypass any rule, it will come back to haunt us. Letters will be written to the AU, and the clerk will need to answer, the bureau will need to answer, CAPA also will be questioned. So the onus is on us to follow the rules to the letter. Unless you can point here. I also want to vote and go home and go to my hotel. But no, we are not doing justice to this parliament. So I submit, have a look at Article 12, and there's nowhere, the virtual has not been put in here. Until then, we can proceed, but trust that it will come back to haunt us. I submit, Mr. President.
You are all silent. You are convinced. Yes, that's what it means.
Mr. President,
you are all convinced.
I need to allay the fears of a colleague who has been on the floor by drawing his attention to Rule 16 of our Rules of Procedure, if he may look at it. Rule 16(6).
Yes, I saw this. Sorry.
Rule 16(6). If you are there, this is the rule that deals with the election of members of the Bureau. And Rule 16(6) says, if I may read it verbatim, the election shall be held, the election shall be by secret ballot and a simple majority of members present and voting. What we are trying to do is to interpret the word present. We are not amending, please. We are not amending. We are now defining, actually interpreting, what does present mean? And our own interpretation, present means those physically here and those who are present online. And that is within the rule. Present and voting. What does present mean? Especially these modern eras of virtual meetings. What does it mean? So we are not, please don't take us to the protocol that we are amending the rules and therefore we require the 2/3 majority. Nobody is amending the rule. What we are doing is interpreting present. And to us, present means those physically in the chambers and those who have logged on our online and they are following and they are going to vote. And what is the problem with that? So there's nothing which is going to haunt us. Actually, what we've done is to define the rule according to the guidelines. And there's no contradiction, Mr. President.
Yeah. It's quite, don't complain about since yesterday. Be happy about the learning process. We have learned now the issue raised by Honorable Sampa, whether we are allowed to use the electronic system. Is it in the rules? We have to amend the rules. Rule 59, pay attention, because this is also, Rule 59 says, manner of voting on a specific question. Parliament shall apply the following methods when voting is required. Please listen. A, by show of hands. B, by electronic voting. C, by secret ballot. So the matter is settled. Rule 59. Rule 59, I've read it, I can repeat. Methods of voting required either one, A, so they say the A, by show of hands, B, by electronic voting, C, by secret ballot. So there is no problem. It's already in our rules. Yes, President.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. أولا أعبر عن إعجابي بالنزاهة الفكرية التي طبعت أغلب مداخلات زملائي وإخواني من البرلمان الإفريقي في هذه القاعة اليوم وأمس، فهي بشارة خير يحتاجها كل من له مسؤولية تشريعية ومسؤولية أخلاقية ومسؤولية قانونية مثل من ينتمي ويشكل عضوا في هيئة مثل البرلمان الإفريقي. من الناحية الثانية لدي عتاب عليكم سيد الرئيس، ولدي نقد لمكتب الجمعية الوطنية. عتابي عليكم هو أنكم ينبغي أن تعاملوا زملائكم في هذه القاعة معاملة متساوية. جميع هنا زملاء جاءوا وفق وظيفة يقومون بها داخل البرلمان، وعليهم أن يشعروا أنهم يحظون بنفس الامتيازات والاعتبارات المقدمة إليهم، لا أن يعطى الكلام ثالث ورابع وخامس مرة لنائب محترم ويترك نواب آخرون من دون كلام. قد تكون اللحظة وإكراهات اللحظة تدفعه إلى هذا في وقت معين، لكنها إذا استمرت بدرجة من الديمومة والاستمرار تصبح ظاهرة مقلقة. نقضي على مكتب الجمعية الوطنية باعتباره الهيئة مكتب البرلمان الإفريقي، باعتباره الهيئة المسؤولة عن تسيير هذا البرلمان، تكمن في نقطة معينة. أنتم تدركون هذه النقطة وتعلمون حجم التحديات التي تواجهكم. كان ينبغي منذ البداية أن تضعوا هذه المسألة في عين الاعتبار وتهيئون الناس لحضور النصاب المطلوب. ما دامت الأمور مبنية على التخفيف وأنتم ذهبتم إلى هذا الاتجاه، ما دام الأمور مبنية على التخفيف وأنتم ذهبتم إلى هذا الاتجاه، ملاحظاتي هي التالية. أولا، تصويت إلكتروني تصويت معتمد في كل الديمقراطيات العالمية وينص عليه المادة 59. ما ذهب إليه زملائي المادة 12 القانون نص في مادة محددة المادة 16 على انتخاب أعضاء المكتب، ونص عليه بمادة صريحة في كل اللغات. إذا التأويلات الأخرى تحمل نوعا من زرع خلاف لا وجود له. بالتالي أنا أشكركم سيد الرئيس على هذا النفس وعلى هذه الروح، وأشكر زملائي الذين أوصلونا إلى هذه المرحلة المهمة التي أخرجت برلماننا من عنق الزجاجة، وشكرا لكم.
Sorry?
Yes, can we get the technicians to check now? We believe we have the number. Can they confirm, please? They need to confirm.
Honorable, I'm saying now, Jacob confirm. Jacob confirm.
Mr. President, we have 30. However, we need to verify who exactly they are. But we have 30 participants online.
Yeah. Mr. President.
Yes.
Yes. Some of the names are in Arabic. Maybe the Northern or somebody who can speak Arabic can help us because the name is in Arabic.
Yeah.
Maybe if you look at the name, you will be able to tell who the person is.
Names are two.
Yeah.
Yeah. سيد الرئيس والأخ المتحدث الآن الخاص بالاي تي أو تقنية المعلومات، لدينا اسمان باللغة العربية قد لا يكون
Hello, order. What we need to do, we need to register them as present.
Yeah, okay.
We need to register them as present. So let's, Jacob, ask each one of them to introduce themselves formally. And then we register them as present. Jacob?
Mr. President, they've heard you. You're speaking directly to them.
Okay. Honorable members, on virtual, please, thank you. Welcome to the chamber of Pan-African Parliament. Please introduce yourselves. Sorry? Sorry? They have to switch off their video. Switch on your video. When you speak, switch on your video when you speak.
Honorable Hambuka, I'm registering.
Hambuka, we know him from Namibia.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable President. I'm here.
Thank you, registered.
Honorable Fatima Tanjai from Gambia.
السلام عليكم.
Yes.
أنا سالك عبد الرحمن من الجمهورية الصحراوية.
Good.
Yes, Mr. President. I'm Sharif Al-Gabali from Egypt.
I'm Manuel Augusto.
Angola.
Hola.
I am Professor Abdi Samatar from Somalia.
I am Asma Al-Khoja from Libya.
I am Honorable Dr. Frida Pempe from Ghana. I am Honorable Fatima Tanjai from Gambia.
أنا النائب عبد القادر حسن من ليبيا.
I am Mahmoud Saad from Egypt.
أنا عبد الصمد من المغرب.
I am Tumukunde Marionge from Rwanda.
أنا يوسف أيدي من المغرب.
I am Senator Bideri John Bones from Rwanda.
I am Diogene Vitonguranye, MP from Rwanda.
I'm Pelagie Uwera from Rwanda.
Manuel Moura, Cabo Verde.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis député élu à Madagascar, Radzelson Antoine.
Sou Manuel de Cabo Verde, Manuel Moura.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello. I'm
bonjour
Honorable
tout le monde.
Dr. Frida Pempe from Ghana.
Honorable Joe Tafana na Zimbabwe. Mr. President, Honorable Tafanana Joe from Zimbabwe.
Thank you. We got you.
Mr. President,
Those on, sorry, go ahead.
Je peux parler?
Manuel da Moura, Cabo Verde.
Cabo Verde. Okay, thank you. Cabo Verde, thank you. Honorable members on virtue, if you have not introduced yourself, please do so.
point of order, Mr. President.
Oh, point of order, yes.
With all due respect, I am concerned that because of technical issues, we may end up losing these people if we don't proceed now.
Yeah, you will appreciate, Honorable Tokarepi, that we are also wanting to give them an opportunity to register. It's very important. We need to register
Mr.
them
President, can you
so
hear
that
me?
we say present. Once they introduce themselves in the book, they are present. So we don't want to leave out others who has not introduced themselves. All those on virtual, honorable members on virtual, have you all introduced yourselves?
Yes,
Mr. President, I'm finding it difficult. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. President.
Okay, this Honorable Dr. Frida Pempe from Ghana.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm Jennifer Iwabara from Rwanda. Can you hear me, sir?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm Jonathan Daka from Zambia.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, can you hear me? This is
Yes, yes. Can hear you.
Professor Abdi Samatar from Somalia.
Yes, we heard you.
Thank you, sir.
We heard you earlier. Go ahead, introduce yourselves, honorable members. How many have introduced themselves? How many have introduced themselves? Sorry? 31. 31 have introduced themselves. So we can proceed. Yes.
صمد حيكر من المغرب، هل سمعتموني؟
Another one. 32. Thank you. Thank you. We can now proceed. Sorry, I'm told we are short of 2. I'm told we are short of 2. Sorry?
سيد رئيس
Yes.
كانت هناك معنا عضوة من المغرب حاضرة هذا الصباح وكانت معنا عبر تقنية الزوم لكن الآن انقطع عنها الانترنت فهي محسوبة معنا. هي في الطريق للمطار انقطع فقط.
She has been connected.
Okay.
Disconnected.
Is connected but now فقدت الانترنت. لا هو قال لك ناقص 2.
سيد الرئيس.
Been disconnected. But did she introduce herself here? What's the name? Give the full names. Hannah from where? From which country?
هناء بالخير.
From which country?
From Morocco.
That one has been around, isn't it? She's in South Africa.
أو التوقيع صباح.
وقعت صباحا.
This morning she was here, but now she is in the airport. She's just landing from the airport.
What? Did you have a book signed this morning?
Yes. She signed this morning, yes.
So bring the book because technically present. What if she signed?
Technical staff, please give us the registration paper.
سيد الرئيس.
Yes. Go ahead. That honorable body big.
سيد الرئيس فقط سيد عز الدين عبد المجيد رئيس مجموعة الإقليمية هو معنا في الخط ولكن لم يستطع أن يتحدث مباشرة. والسيد عبد الملك تشرفت. اثنان.
No, he did. Asdin, I heard Asdin myself.
عبد الملك.
Yes, he did. Is he speak as Asdin?
عبد الملك شرفت.
Unless he was not recorded. Asdin Abdulmajid, he did.
إيه عبد الملك تشرفت عبد الملك.
Yeah.
نورب. بس.
جاك شرف.
الأساسية ثانية بقى طالما احنا اللاجئ ده دخلناه قعدناه في مصر وادينا له صفة اللاجئ بياخد بقى حقوق المشتغل. يعني قبل كده اللاجئ ما كانش بيشتغل ده غير مسؤول هو بالعقد كويس ويتعلم طبعا اللاجئ.
Right. Tell me, are you saying that we're short of? How many do we have? Jacob.
Mr. President, we have around 34. However, Rwanda delegation, we had a situation, there were 4 in the room. And they need to be on individual devices for the voting process.
Okay. So we have 34, excluding those, there were the 4 Rwanda. Does 34 include the Rwanda delegation?
No, Mr. President. Mr. President, what we've done online is we've assigned numbers to the honorable members from 0 all the way to 34. So they should be able to see that before their names, there is a number assigned to them. So we can actually be able to see MP number 1, number 2, number 3, all the way to 34.
Right. Technically, if they registered as a group in one room, it's okay. It's when they vote that they should be on their separate devices. Registering in one room is not an issue. They should be registered. But when they vote, they should go on another device. Jacob.
Yes, Mr. President.
Take note of that. So you should add those 4 to 38. And then tell them that when you vote, you have to use your own personal or individual devices.
President, all participants can hear you loud and clear online. Plus, interpretation is available online. So
thank you. So let us proceed. The next stage, now we've registered, we now have a quorum. And the dispute of, please. Please, Honorable Yusuf. The issue of whether we can do electronic, I referred you to Rule 59. That is settled. We had said we'll ask everybody to agree. There's no need to agree because it's in the rules. We now move to the next stage of voting. But Jacob, can you come here and explain how those who are participating electronically will vote? And as you prepare to do that, we now, Madam Clerk, we now work together. Yes, we are moving now. Madam Clerk, Usually I can't remember what's next. Is it not the candidate? Yeah, the candidate. What is next?
Honorable President.
Sorry, order in the house, please. Order in the chamber, please. Order.
Honorable President, having confirmed the quorum in the House for purposes of election, I now call upon the candidate to present herself and her motivation and program before the elections.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على النبي الكريم. شكرا سيد الرئيس، شكرا سيد نائب الرئيس، السادة والسيدات النواب والشيوخ المقرون، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. في البداية أود أن أشكركم جميعا على ما تحملتموه من عبء لأجل إكمال التصويت وإكمال مكتب برلماننا الموقر لكي يتواجد في جميع المجموعات. شكرا لكم على كل ذلك. أنا اسمي دكتورة فاطمة حبيب من الجمهورية الموريتانية الإسلامية، الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية. ننتمي لشمال إفريقيا، وموريتانيا تعد جسرا منيعا ما بين الشمال وغرب إفريقيا. بما يخص تجربتي المتواضعة مهنيا، أنا دكتورة أخصائية في أمراض النساء والتوليد. عملت سنوات عديدة في الميدان. وبما يخص الجانب السياسي كما قلت مقدما، أنا وزيرة سابقة، أدرت كثير من الوزارات ولله الحمد، وزارة البيئة، وزارة الثروة الحيوانية، وزارة الإسكان، وزارة الشؤون الاجتماعية، ووزارة التكوين المهني. وأدرت مشروعا ممول من البنك الدولي لدعم الصيد في دول في دول غرب إفريقيا. وحاليا أنا نائب في البرلمان، وسبق لي أن كنت نائب من نواب رئيس البرلمان الموريتاني، وعضو في البرلمان الإفريقي طبعا، وعضو في لجنة مكلفة بالصحة. وترشح لهذا المنصب لإكماله لما تقدم به زملاء من تشريفنا كموريتانيا لأن نكمل هذه المأمورية. وأعول على الله عليكم أن تصوتوا لنا، ونتوعد إن شاء الله أن نقوم باللازم من أجل إفريقيا قوية، من أجل إفريقيا متوحدة ومتماسكة بينها، من أجل أن نصل الأهداف السامية للاتحاد الإفريقي وللبرلمان الإفريقي، وشكرا لكم.
Thank you very much, our candidate. Thank you very much. The clerk will announce the next step.
Honorable President, I now invite the head of ITC to approach the podium and explain clearly the procedures for administration of votes for those that are online.
Mr. President, apologies. Can I explain from here, from the control room?
Yes.
Show the members on the screen what will happen.
Okay, agreed.
Mr. President, we've set up a test vote. So when we launch it, all the MPs online will see the test vote. Please launch it. And you can see on the screen, the test vote has 3 questions. Yes, no, abstain. And once they vote, so in this instance, we vote yes.
Encontrar essas oportunidades para potenciar, digamos assim, as empresas. Mas não é isso que vai acontecer. E hoje, temos praticamente...
Once the voting process is done, you will give us how long the voting process should go online. We will be able...
Isso, os camaradas da direção da instituição vão fazer, mas, no fundo, essas atividades.
Once we end the poll, the results will be displayed on the screen for everyone to see. It's as simple as that.
Honorable members who are connected virtually, those connected virtually, do you understand how we are going to vote?
Há outra questão levantada por camarada técnica em relação às províncias. Há províncias que têm recursos.
Any questions? They are silent, so they are ready to vote. Jacob, at what point do they vote? Now or? Electronically, they can do it now. Jacob, answer that question.
Yes, sir.
How is it done, Jacob?
I explained on the screen. A screen will pop up, ask them questions to select answer. Once they vote, we will display the results immediately after the voting ends. You must direct us how long you want the vote to run for.
Jacob, can you put the polls back so that we can vote?
We can't see the polls.
We can't see the polls, please.
You can't see what?
We can't see the polls. Can you put it back on the screen?
Jacob?
We can't vote.
Mr. President, that was a test poll. It was just to show.
It was a test, okay.
I'm awaiting a
Okay.
direction for the actual poll.
Okay.
Okay.
You have to take issues. Yeah. Please, can we proceed with the voting? We can't be seated here for the whole night. For something this simple. Huh? What is going on? Huh?
I think a little bit of patience will go a long way for us to do it well. Thank you.
So tell us, Jacob, can you explain further?
Okay, Mr. President, let me create a test poll again just to show, to walk you through the process again.
Let me finish explaining. Go ahead, Jacob. Jacob?
Mr. President, now after we get direction from you, we launch the poll, the voting, and it will, for now, we've called it test vote. And you can see it on the screen, it's there. And it has 3 choices: yes, no, abstain. So if the members online could just vote for now so that we do a quick test run.
Members vote as a test run. It's not a final vote, but you are just testing.
This is a test again.
Mr. President, then once the voting is done, at your direction, we end the poll. End the poll. And then we share the results with everyone. Share the results. And the results will be displayed on the screen.
All 4 countries.
Jacob.
Mr. President.
The method of voting for those on the virtual, do we call them one by one, country by country?
It's not possible, Mr. President. They all see the screen at the same time.
It's not possible.
It's not possible.
They vote same time.
Same time.
You just say vote and then they vote.
They vote same time.
As per our register.
We are not able to mark the register.
Yeah. Okay. In the AU, we see this system in the AU when they vote. They just say, all of you vote one time. Okay, Honorable Patrick.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, when you look at the Zoom currently, there are members who are here and also on Zoom. there are also very many people on that Zoom who are not members of parliament. Secondly, the result as displayed there.
No, President. No, President. No.
Mr. President, I am on Zoom.
No.
What I'm saying, I am on Zoom.
Let him finish.
I am on Zoom and I've been looking through how the results will be. The results are coming through. What I wanted the clarity from Jacob is the result going to come in percentages? The same way.
He can't do this.
Hey, give him
No, President. No. Please.
We need to vote.
Yes. We need to vote.
Mr. President, the results are in percentages.
Sorry.
We need cut around 1%.
When you look at the test run that has been run,
yes,
it is in percentages.
Jacob,
not counted.
Jacob,
in percentages.
Okay, wait. Let's ask technically. Jacob, is that true that the results are in percentages?
The results are both in numbers and percentages.
Sorry, please listen to Jacob.
What is it? Mr. President, if you look at the screen, the results are in percentages and in numbers.
Okay, Honorable Jida. Honorable.
Le Cap-Vert. Le Cap-Vert. Le Cameroun. La Centrafrique. Le Tchad. Le Tchad. Le Comore. La République démocratique du Congo. République démocratique du Congo. Le Djibouti. Le Djibouti. L'Égypte. 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 La Guinée équatoriale. Guinée équatoriale.
Eswatini. Eswatini.
Yes.
L'Éthiopie. L'Éthiopie. La Gambie. Le Ghana. Les parlementaires du Ghana ne sont pas là? Le Kenya.
I'm curious what's going on. We haven't been given any instruction.
Le Kenya.
Non, les gars. Non, non, non.
Le Lesotho.
Les gars, pas d'arrêt.
Lesotho. Le Libéria. Le Libéria. La Libye. La Libye. Le Madagascar. Le Madagascar. Le Malawi. Malawi.
Le Malawi, la Mauritanie.
Alô?
Sim, deputado. Deputado, sim.
Quem está ouvindo?
Sim, então, já votamos. Eu estou aqui em linha, isso está muita confusão aí.
Da Mauritanie.
Sim, mas já votamos. Eles estão a chamar por país.
Eles estão a chamar por países.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, but it's a secret vote. It's okay, yes. Who refused? La Mauritanie, l'île Maurice. L'île Maurice, ils sont pas là. Le Maroc. À Mozambique. Mozambique, ils sont pas là. La Namibie. La Namibie. Namibie, Nigeria, le Nigeria n'est pas là. Le Rwanda.
Nigeria. Nigeria.
Le Rwanda. La République du Sahraoui. Le Sénégal n'est pas là. Seychelles. Seychelles ne sont pas là. Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone. L'Afrique du Sud. L'Afrique du Sud. L'Afrique du Sud. L'Afrique du Sud. Le Soudan du Sud. Le Soudan du Sud. Le Sud-Soudan. La Tanzanie. 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 La Tunisie. Tunisie. Zambie. Zambia. Yes. Luganda. Uganda. Zambia. Zimbabwe. L'Ouganda, la Zambie et le Zimbabwe. C'est fini. Zimbabwe, c'est la liste, c'est la fin. Le Zimbabwe, c'est la fin. Monsieur le Président, Madame la Secrétaire Générale, ainsi prend fin le vote des parlementaires qui sont ici présents. Je vous redonne la parole pour la suite du processus. Merci.
Honorable President, I now ask my colleagues to collate the votes and submit them to the President. Honorable President, with your permission, would like to ask those outstanding members online who have not cast their votes to do so, as votes will be closed online.
Honorable members online, please cast your votes. Please cast your votes, honorable members online.
Jacob.
Mr. President.
I understand we have some MPs online who have had problems voting.
Yes, Mr. President. So we are requesting that we restart the voting process online.
Yes, those honorable members who are online, the IT are relaunching. So can you vote now?
It's party edit.
Non à l'intérieur. Il faut écrire non. Non. Non,
Honorable members voting virtually, please proceed and vote. Jacob, you can confirm you have relaunched? You have relaunched?
I relaunched and the voting is done.
Yes, they are voting, eh?
They voted and it's done.
You have voted. Thank you. This is great. Then I want to announce that by the decision of the Bureau, the business of the House will continue until we finish the business of the day. Yeah, when it is 6 o'clock, the Bureau has to give a decision as to whether we should rise now or continue. The Bureau has decided that we continue until we finish all the business of the day. Thank you.
All the people after the vote, there's some more.
Maybe I chill and some continent.
If you put in there, what is it?
Sorry? Hello?
Yeah, we should notice the. You count this one first, the other first.
Yeah.
Honorable President, I would now like ask the colleagues to count the votes.
Yes. Yes. No. Yes. 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 No. Yes. 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 Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Spoil.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes. No. Si. Yes. 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 Oui. Yes. Oui. Yes. 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 Yes.
I counted, okay. Yeah, I counted, yes, it's 7.
No, because I did introduce a lot of. So we need to add.
Congratulations, doctor. Dine asthma.
Against three.
Rose,
No.
Wait a minute. No, yeah, he's given me the papers. It says 13 that's the vote. 12 yes, 12, 1 no. But how many was there?
Online.
Was
So
it
it was 36. Now, simple majority of
No, wait.
present.
Wait, that is
Switch off the mic, click.
physically the read the number of the
36.
Are you sure? Present and voting.
No, these are those. This is the problem. But
Yes.
present and voting are 87.
Switch off the mic, let them clip.
The others were there, it's just that they abstained. Because there were 36 online when they. I shall now hand over to the President, who shall announce the results of the vote for the first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament representing the Northern Africa region.
Because of the importance of this announcement, I would rather do it from here. The total number of votes cast, physical in this chamber, 87, virtual, 13. Now, before I move to the next, you know that to win, you need to cast, to have votes 50, a simple majority. So in this case, since 100 is the total, simple majority is what? 50%, A plus 1. So 51, if she gets 51 and above, she has qualified, she has been voted for. So 100 cast, 84, 87, and then votes in favor. In this room, she got 84 out of 87. And then from the virtual, she got 12 out of 13. So she got 96, yet she only needed 51 to be voted for, but she got 96. Thank you for that. I want to repeat that for her. Hello, order. I want to repeat that for her to qualify to have been voted for, she needed to get 51 votes, but she got 96. 96% instead of 51%. So that's a distinction. 3 in this room, 3 voted against, 3. And on the virtual, only 1 person voted against her. So those are the results. Thank you. Okay. I now invite. Okay. We give an opportunity for her to.
Mr.
By
President,
the way, sorry, it
Mr.
was not
President.
written. I now
Procedure.
declare.
Okay.
Yeah, you do the procedure when I've declared. I now declare Honorable Dr. Fatimetou Habib from Mauritania as the first Vice President of Pan-African Parliament. Shukran. As a result, I call upon you to express gratitude to our honorable members. Thank you.
سنشر ماله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أنا فاطمة حبيب ألتزم رسميا أمام شعوب إفريقيا وأمام الله أن أقوم بمهامي كنائب أول لرئيس البرلمان الإفريقي بشرف وكرامة لخدمة شعوب إفريقيا، وأن أخدم الاتحاد الإفريقي بكل وفاء وولاء كامل، وأحافظ وأحمي وأدافع على القوانين التأسيسية للاتحاد الإفريقي والبروتوكول الملحق بالمعاهدات المؤسسة للجامعة الاقتصادية المتعلقة بالبرلمان الإفريقي مثل ما هو محدد بموجب القانون، وأن ألتزم احترام مبادئ الحكم الرشيد والديمقراطية، وكذا مبادئ متعلقة بحقوق الإنسان والقانون الدولي والسلم والاستقرار وبأهداف البرلمان الإفريقي، والله على ما أقول شهيد. شكرا. شكرا السادة الموقرون على جميع شكرا لكم جميعا على دعمكم، وأشكر شكرا خاص مجموعة الشمال الإفريقي على دعمهم المستمر لنا كدولة، وهذا شيء قريب على مجموعة الشمال، كما شرفوا فخامة رئيس الجمهورية لتوليه لقيادة رئاسة الاتحاد الإفريقي حاليا. فأنتهز هذه الفرصة لأشكركم قادة وقاعدة. لكم منا كامل الشكر والتقدير، والشكر موصول لجميع الإخوة والأخوات المحترمون على دعمهم، ونحن ممتنين لهذا السند ولهذه المناصرة. شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا. Who speaks Arabic? I now invite to congratulate you. I now invite Honorable Habib to take her proper seat.
Finally.
Thank you very, very much. We'll speak some other day. But for now, sorry, take your seats. For now, I want to tell the North that you are loved by this chamber, by MPs. Look at the votes. She got 96%. It means everybody supported her. So nobody was fighting the North. Everybody supported her. And I like the spirit. Now, I'll ask the clerk, look, we have finished voting, but we've been requested some people in their committee, they are saying they will leave, I think, by tomorrow. So there's an item, I think it's for 10 minutes, then we go. Just 10 minutes. Madam Clerk.
Honorable President, presentation and debate of the Pan-African Parliament revised rules of procedure.
I shall now invite Honorable Steve Mikaya, Chairperson of Rules, privilege discipline to make his presentation. This should be short, not more than 10 minutes. Oh, order.
Your Excellency, Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, our brand new first Vice President, Madam Habib, and what congratulations. Your Excellency, Hon Dr. Ashbin Gayo, Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellency Hon Lucia Dos Passos, Third Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellency Jida Mama Mahamat, Fourth Vice President, honored members of the Pan-African Parliament, Madam Lindwe Kumalo, Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As guided, I believe that you all have read the report, so I will not read the whole of it, but I'll just go to the maybe very, very important issues that needs your noting. I stand before you to present a comprehensive report on behalf of the Permanent Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline of the Pan-African Parliament, outlining the process and the decision taken to align the rules of procedure of Pan-African Parliament to the protocol, to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament. This process was undertaken in compliance with the directive of the Executive Council of February 2024, which directed, among other things, that the suspended rules of procedure of the Pan-African Parliament should be reconsidered by PAP plenary, taking into considerations the inconsistencies outlined in the legal opinion issued by the Office of the Legal Counsel. This report addresses decision to ensure consistency, clarity, adherence to the PAP protocol, and responds directly to the legal opinion provided by the Office of the Legal Counsel. How did we get here? That's 3.1. In February 2020, the Assembly of Heads of State directed the Office of the Legal Counsel to examine the legal instruments and rules of procedure of the African Union, identifying areas.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Identified areas of incoherence or conflict with other AU legal instruments and advise AU policy organs on the amendments and alignment as appropriate.
No, please, no.
The Assembly decision was reinforced by Executive Council decision of October 2021, which specifically requested the OLC to review the rules of procedure of the PAP to ensure that the principle of rotation is enshrined in the rules and report back to the Executive Council by July 2022. The Executive Council decision also directed PAP to urgently review the rules of procedure to ensure alignment with African Union values, rules and regulations, as well as established practices of the Union, including the principle of geographical rotation. As a result of these Executive Council and Assembly decisions, the Pan-African Parliament amended its rules of procedure on 4th November 2022 through an inclusive and exhaustive process that involved the regional caucuses. After the amendment and adoption of the rules of procedure on 4th November, a complaint was lodged with the AUC chairperson by some PAP members who argued that the amended rules violated Article 5, 12 of the PAP protocol regarding terms of office of the Bureau. After the review of the amended rules of procedure, including certain provisions that had been carried over from the 2011 version, the Office of Legal Counsel noted that while most of the amendments are principally statistic, semantic, and largely consistent with the PAP protocol, specific revision appear to be inconsistent with the PAP protocol or introduce ambiguity that could result in nonconformity, thus warrant closer scrutiny. Based on this legal opinion, the 2022 amended rules were suspended. Further to this, at February 2024 summit, the Executive Council adopted a decision on the situation at Pan-African Parliament, which directed, among other things, that suspended rules of procedure of the Pan-African Parliament should be reconsidered by PAP plenary, taking into consideration the inconsistencies outlined in the legal opinion issued by the Office of the Legal Counsel. Ordinarily, Your Excellency, PAP has exclusive jurisdiction authority to amend the rules under Article 18.8 and 12.1 of the PAP protocol. However, an exceptional situation, as I described above, arose when the OLC identified that the amended rules violated protocol in specific areas, as identified in Appendix B. You may wish to know, Your Excellency, honored members, that the rules of procedure of Pan-African Parliament stipulates under 2610 that the Committee on Rules, Privilege and Discipline is mandated to assist the Bureau in an interpretation and application of these rules of procedure, to consider proposal for the amendment of rules of procedure. In compliance with Rule 2610 of the Rules of Procedure of PAP, the Bureau transmitted documents received from the OLC to the Committee on Rules, Privilege and Discipline. The documents which were available to the members of the committee consist of the following: the Executive Council decision of February 2024, OLC opinion of review of rules of procedure, explanatory notes summarizing the OLC opinion. Pursuant further to the aforesaid mandate, the committee convened a sitting on November 2024. The meeting was, however, adjourned to allow a transition of the documents, and the quorum was not satisfactory. The committee reconvened on 6th November 2024 to reconsider the legal opinion. The key areas, reviews, and decisions taken. Your Excellency, honored members, given the imperative of complying with the Executive Council decision of February 2024, the Rules Committee limited its discussion to inconsistencies identified by the OLC and focused on specific violations identified in the legal opinion of the Office of the Legal Counsel. The committee was also of the opinion that the Executive Council's directive clearly outlined the terms of reference, scope for the reconsideration of PAP's rules, which must be strictly followed with no deviation to the protocol. The committee, in acknowledging the receipt of the documents identified in section 3 and above, and with particularly the number 4, 5, and 6, took note that PAP's rules of procedure are dynamic and can be amended in the future, and that the above referred submission will guide future deliberations to the extent deemed not consistent with the protocol. However, this process focused specifically on rectifying identified violations and aligning the rules with protocol as defined in the Executive Council directive. Below are the principal areas of review, the decisions taken, and the rationale for each adjustment. 1. Rule 1 and Rule 8.1 ceases to be a member, violates Article 5.4G of the PAP protocol. The amendment is null and void. The definition must be aligned to the text of Article 5.4G of the protocol. Rule 1, returning member, violates Article 13 of the PAP protocol. The definition is null and void and should be deleted. Rule 9.3, oath of office, returning members. This section should be deleted as it violates Article 13 of the PAP Protocol, which mandates the taking of an oath or solemnly declaration. The taking of an oath or solemnly declarations serves as a near universal markers for the commencement of a mandate. Rule 1614, term of office and rotation of the Bureau, violates Article 5.3 and 12.3 of the PAP Protocol. Amendment violates the protocol and is therefore null and void. The text should be replaced with the exact text of Article 12.3 of the protocol, which states that the terms of office of the President and the Vice President shall run with the National Parliament or the deliberative organ which elects and designates them. On this particular provision, members further suggested that a recommendation to be put to office of the legal counsel to initiate an amendment to the protocol so as to define the term of office in line with stipulation as contained in suspended 2022 and existing rules of procedure. Alternatively, the ratification of Malabo Protocol, which contains the correct stipulation, can be accelerated to address members' concerns on the matter. Committee recommendations. In view of the foregoing, the committee makes the following recommendations. The PAP Protocol is the supreme legal instrument governing PAP, and it is not subject to debate or variation by the plenary. The PAP's role is to implement the protocol, not to amend or alter it. Any violation will result in automatic notifications. No entity, PAP included, can amend the protocol. Consistent with the OLC opinion and Executive Council's mandate, all violations identified by OLC must be nullified and replaced with provisions that align with the protocol. Matters relating to protocol cannot be violated and as such need to be removed from the revised rules of procedure of 4th November 2022 and replaced verbatim with what is specified in the protocol. In conclusion, Your Excellency, honored members, the Rules Committee believes that this alignment of rules of procedure to the protocol will enable the Pan-African Parliament to perform its functions effectively and with full alignment to the protocol. We have carefully considered the legal opinion provided by the Office of the Legal Counsel and taken into account the scope and specific mandate assigned to PAP by Executive Council. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that the PAP operates within the parameters set by the protocol, thereby advancing the goals of African Union and serving the people of Africa with transparency, accountability, and dedication. I respectfully submit this report for the consideration of the plenary with a recommendation for immediate implementation of the recommendations as mandated by the Executive Council, stipulated in the supreme legal instrument, the protocol. The Rules Committee remains committed to monitoring the implementation of these aligned rules and is prepared to make further adjustments as may be necessary in response to evolving needs and the guidance of the African Union. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your support of the Executive Council's directive by removing these violations and replacing them verbatim with language of the protocol with immediate effect. Your Excellency, I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This report, the chair would have explained. I know people may misconstrue. PAP was accused of operating, disrespecting financial procedures in whatever procedure, including the protocol of PAP. Member states then said, go and remove violations. The violations are not coming from the Rules Committee, nor the Bureau. The Bureau had no hand in this thing, nothing. We never met even for 5 minutes to say what should we do. It is a directive which says this rule this rule violates the protocol. Go and remove it. And in our case, whether we debate, we cannot change or amend what is in the protocol. It's impossible. It's for us to take note that we had amended this thing of returning member. They said, remove it. Remove it. All these are areas that need to remove by directive of the Executive Council, which is a policy organ of the AU, is a directive. If we refuse, tomorrow they will then again say PAP is defiant, because they've been writing since 2016 about some of these violations. And we are taken as if this parliament does not respect AU rules. So we are saying, whether we agree or we don't agree, the solution is not in this chamber. The solution is those people who passed this protocol, which ourselves cannot change. And what we are doing is simply to agree to follow what they've said is a violation of the protocol. And I want to address, don't think, oh no, maybe the Bureau is changing rules. These things which we are read are coming from Addis. They are all coming from Addis Ababa, from Legal Council and the Executive Council. That's where they are coming from, not from your Bureau. We never put even one word in what is being done. We are copying exactly what has come from Addis. So those who think the Bureau is trying to do this, no. It's only that we don't have enough information. This is a directive. And in February 2025, in February, when the heads of state meet, this issue will be tabled to find out whether PAP complied. Has PAP removed the violations? Because after February this year in Addis, where they say go and amend, go and remove, they said we thought by July. So when they met in Ghana, the heads of state, this issue, there was a report to say they have not done so, but we'll report next year in February. There will be a report to say how far have you gone with complying with those directives. I just want to repeat that issue. We may want to debate, but the debate is simply to acknowledge that we have heard. If you have problems with these violations of the protocol, the route to amend is your country, your own foreign minister, your own ambassador. They are the ones who have to initiate amendments of the protocols, which do not come to this parliament. They instead go to your national parliaments. That's what I have to say. This is not for legislative, this administrative is for nothing. To say, okay, let's go and remove the violations. Simple. Let's go and remove the violations. Otherwise, we have no power to say no. There's part 2, which will come. Part 2, other rules, called other rules in our rules, where the legal counsel, these are not violations of the protocol, but the legal counsel feels that, why don't you improve this rule? Those now are not executive council violations, no. Those, the legal committee, the rules committee will have to sit down and look at other rules that may need improvement. Those we can say no to the legal counsel if we don't want, and amend in the way we think we'll do. That's another area of rules which are not a violation. Members, to me, this matter is for nothing, not for adoption. It's for nothing, to take note. Because we cannot say no to what was pointed out by the legal counsel was violations. We can't. We can debate for 2 days, but at the end of the day, we cannot change a violation. We are adjourned to tomorrow at 9.